City Council regular meeting. Today's Monday, August 10th, 2026. It is now 6 p.m. here in the Great Hall at the Sears Building. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Councilor Valley.
Here.
Councilor DeZoglio.
Present.
Councilor Drew.
Here.
Councilor McLaren.
Present.
Councilor Marsan.
Here.
Councilor Pesh.
Present.
Councilor Santos.
Here.
Councilor Samad.
Here.
And Chair Soto.
Thank you, Madam
Present.
Clerk. Next item is the acceptance of the agenda. I'll take a motion to accept as is, or if there's any amendments, please let me know.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor, a second from Councilor Santos, first from Councilor DeZoglio.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move an item down. Is CR, where are we? Apologize. C2722. I'd like to move that down the agenda after TR 2677.
I have that's a motion, correct? I have a request to move C 27-22 over to, what was that again, Counselor? My apologies to you.
That's moving it down to after, so C 2722 after TR 2677.
So that's new business, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Second.
Okay. I have a second from Counselor Samard. I will take a, we're all here. I'll take a, did you have a question, Counselor? Clarification? Okay. So first from Counselor Drew, second from Counselor Samard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The amended agenda, are you opposing, Counselor?
No.
Okay. The amended, the amendment is granted. Now on the amended agenda, I need a,
I have another amendment. I'd like another amendment before we,
okay, this is going to get messy, so just
No,
bear with me. Okay, here we are, TR. You do? Okay. All right, thank you, Counselor.
so I'd like to move the call of order for the 26th state primary election, item D, and just move it to right after item 9, presentations and department heads.
All right, that was 26 what? I'm sorry?
So it's item D, it's labeled as the order calling for the 26th state primary election. Doesn't have a number, there's a letter.
Okay, hold on. Yes. Seconded by Counselor Samard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries, it's unanimous. So I have two, I need you guys to accept the amended agenda with the two changes just presented to the body and accepted by the body.
Motion to accept the agenda as
Second.
amended.
Motion by Counselor Pesh, seconded by Counselor DeZoglio. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Please make sure that you hold me accountable to those changes this evening. Okay. All righty. I will stand now for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there an invocation this evening? Thank you.
Yes. Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing us together this evening in service of our community. Grant us with wisdom, patience, and understanding as we make decisions for the good of our city. Guide us with words and actions with integrity, compassion, and respect. Bless our residents, our city employees, and all those who serve our community. May we always lead with humility and purpose. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Thank you. Counselor Pesh.
Thank you. We'd like to have a few moments of silences this evening, one for Alex Potteret, who passed away, as well as Michael Luff. And we also want to extend our heartfelt condolences to our City Council Chair for the passing of her mother, Violetta Lara. And I know I speak for the board when I say you have our heartfelt condolences and all of our love and support that we can give to you and your family during this difficult time. So if we could just stand for a moment. Thank you.
All that, we may be seated. Thank you. So we are going to open public participation. That's my colleague's role, so I will step back.
Yeah, and
Counselor.
we'll open public participation. I just want to remind our participants to state your name and address. Please be respectful, and you'll be allotted 5 minutes to speak. First up, we have Casey Avedo. Ceci, I apologize. Yes, please, and just your name and address for the record.
My address is 42 Oakland Ave, apartment 7, Methuen, Mass. I have copies of my statement for the city once I finish my speech so that you have my words in front of you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the school committee, superintendent, and members of our community. I speak to you today about accountability, safety, and the cost of sweeping it away and hoping we give up as parents. Tonight, I stand before you not only as a parent, but as an advocate for every student who depends on the district to keep them safe, honor their educational rights, and treat them with dignity and respect. This is not about personalities, it's not about revenge, and it's not about retaliation. This is about accountability. When parents sign an IEP, an individualized educational program, we are not simply signing paperwork. We are trusting that our school district with our children, we are trusting them with our most precious gift. We trust that our child's disabilities will be understood, that the supports identified in their IEP will be implemented, and that our children will grow and learn in a safe environment. For Alexia, this year, that trust was severely broken. Throughout this school year, Alexia experienced repeated situations that left her afraid to access the very supports that were written in her IEP. A program designed to help her regulate, and her school became an unsafe place, a place she no longer wanted to attend. But I will tell you something. This system worked. Her IEP worked. Her school environment made her thrive. Her freshman year was extraordinary. 3 honors courses, honor roll, sports, mock trials, lacrosse. This child found joy in a school building and with teachers that loved and cared. But this year, everything changed, and in the most awful of ways. She had the right supports, consistent relationships, trusted adults who respected her IEP and respected our family's voice. Today, that is not a case. When a child with documented disabilities becomes afraid to seek help, that is not a student's failure, that is the system's failure. We were told to trust the process, and we did. We were told to work together and to meet, and we did. And we were left unheard and unsupported. And Alexia, a child left with no desire to be in school ever again. Often our concerns were minimized, dismissed, explained away, instead of being addressed. Accountability when an IEP is not consistently implemented. We're asking for accountability when accommodations are actively ignored. We are asking for accountability when a vulnerable student is belittled, humiliated, publicly embarrassed, instead of being treated with patience, professionalism, dignity, and respect. Professionalism is not an option. Respect is not optional. And following her IEP is not optional either. These are the minimum standards every family should expect from its public school system. And this is not just about my daughter. It raises questions every parent in this district should be asking. How are staff trained to understand individual disabilities? How does the district monitor whether IEPs are actively implemented correctly? What happens when repeated concerns are raised about staff conduct go ignored? And what accountability exists when a student's trust in the educational system has been destroyed? Public education is built on trust. Parents trust the schools with the people they love the most, and the students trust the adults to protect them. And this city council has a responsibility to provide oversight. So where do we draw the line? Do we wait with another child to have a panic attack and leave school?
And just a 1-minute warning. Sorry.
Do we wait until another student stops coming to school? Or do we wait for a teacher like Melissa to put hands on their kids, to pull them out of class, to yell at them, to belittle them, to embarrass them? So where do we draw the line? At this point, the district is facing a $9.6 million deficit. And right now, the school district has invested over $96,000 fighting our family and our child that is seeking accountability and supports with her IEP. Imagine what we could have done with $96,000 so far, because we're not done fighting and the district is not done fighting us. $96,000 of billable hours could have been paid for staff training, for trauma-induced care, for trauma response, to learn about ADHD, staff training, school meetings, parent meetings, IEP trainings. Imagine making the schools safe with $96,000. And in a year from now, when this might be over, $250,000.
I apologize, that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Ouellette?
Good evening. My name is Bill Ouellette, 8 Constance Avenue in Methuen. Last December, I presented some evidence to the council concerning Constance Avenue as an unaccepted roadway, because that's how it was listed at the time. And I'm not sure whether it still is that way. I could show evidence based upon records in the Registry of Deeds that shows that the road was indeed built to the then existing standards of building, and also it was accepted by the state. Now the state probably didn't receive that, probably did receive that information from the city, but currently, or back then, the road was not accepted. Now I've heard rumors that the council has accepted those roads which were accepted by the state and not recorded so here. But when I look at the current plan for repaving, my roadway has not been listed. And I would hope that if you have to review that repaving list, that you would consider the roads that have been neglected unfairly, I believe, for 60 years. The lot plan for that road was 1963. I can't tell you when the road was built, but it had to be soon thereafter. So if you have to revise the list or think about those roads that have been neglected, please do so. I did look at the past records of contracts for repaving, and a road like Constance, is 700 feet long approximately by the drawing, would be $100,000, $150,000 to do. It's not in the millions, and it would certainly help the local citizens there. In another matter, I wanted to just mention a very dangerous situation that I've observed several times with a traffic light, the one on Route 28 at the Nevins Animal Shelter. If you're coming off the highway, going left onto 28, people going across 28 fail to stop for red lights many times. I was just last week, I've learned to count to 5 before I leave, even with the red light, with the green light, because more than likely I'm going to have a car come flying by. There's some way that, some towns have cameras. You could make money off of that place, because I can believe there's a lot of people running that red light. It's extremely dangerous. Thank you.
Stepped outside.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, no.
No.
he's outside.
Oh, okay. Mike Welsh, we've missed you.
Hello, my name is Mike Welch. I live at 8 Nelson Avenue. And I'm kind of here to just say I'm very disappointed in that the 2026 pavement plan is still based on the 2024 pavement survey, which back in 2024 I reported was missing 17 accepted streets, and they're still missing. Also, I reported back on the pavement survey there was Chilton Street, there was a paper street that was surveyed. There's also a private street, Colgate Avenue, which is in a condo community. And all 17 partially accepted roads in Methuen are all on the pavement survey, completely surveyed. Excuse me. I've taken the 2026 pavement plan, compared it to my roadway worksheet, and I've come up with some issues, findings. Brookdale Avenue is listed twice in the pavement plan. It's in the East District, and it states from Merrimack to the end, and another entry is from Merrimack Street, here we go, that's better, to Infield Ave, both 1,900 feet of roadway. Stevens Street is listed in the Central District. It's really located in the west and the central. West is from Pleasant Street to Summit Avenue, 400 yards, and the Central District is from Summit Avenue to Nevins Road, 150 yards. Sheldon Street is listed in the West District plan from Causeway Street to Benefit Street. The West District, okay, I'm sorry, to Benefit Street. Let me get back to my note here. It's not to Benefit Street, it finishes at Winifred Avenue. I keep losing my pace here, so I apologize. So the first 500 of Sheldon Street is accepted. The remaining 700 feet is unaccepted, never been accepted by the city. Because it's listed the way, it implies that Winifred Ave, which is an unaccepted road, is going to be paved. Benefit Street is listed in the West District plan from Causeway Street to Winifred Ave. The first 700 is accepted by the city. The remaining 500 are unaccepted. Yet they're all being planned in the pavement. Taft Avenue is listed in the East District plan from Merrimack Street to Hunter Avenue, 353 feet, or yards actually. From Merrimack Street to Goodrich Avenue is 175 yards, and that is accepted by the city. From Goodrich Ave, 44 yards is unaccepted. Taft Avenue does not reach Hunter Avenue. There's 134 yards of woods, yet it's being showed as being paved. Just to give you some more information, the 17 unaccepted roadways that are missing from the pavement survey are 2 in the Central District, Hampshire Street Extension, Williams Terrace. A portion of Williams Terrace is also in the east. 11 streets in the East District, Bradley Avenue Extension, Comet Road Extension, Cook Street, Ferncroft Court, Hitching Post Lane, Liam's Lane, Old Ferry Road, Sadie Lane, Saint Street, Tucker Terrace, Whitney Street. And there are 4 more in the west, Dale Circle, Lynbrook Road, Overlook Drive, and Smith Place.
And I
Those are the
apologize, just a minute warning.
I got 1 minute. That's all I need. Okay. These were all supplied back in 2024 to the council, previous council. I say this is another example of having a complete and accurate master list of roadways in Methuen. you won't have this issue. And again, I'm pushing this master list that I've been working on for 3 years. If any council would like to meet with me or review these findings, please don't hesitate to contact me. My number is 978-618-2279, which most of you have anyway, and my email is mikewelch2@icloud.com. Or if the city council would like me to make a presentation to them on my workbook and the master list I produced, I'd be more than happy to do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Alejandro Baez.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, members and guests of the council. I'm Alejandro Baez, 152 Center Street, here in Methuen. And first, I'd like to begin by personally congratulating Victor Rivera on receiving a citation tonight. Earning the Truman Scholarship isn't just a testament to the work that he has done and is going to do for the good of our communities, but it is also a testament to the kind of person Victor has become. I've known Victor for years, and I can only admire his compassion for others, his deep sense for service, and the sacrifices he's willing to make for said compassion and service. And speaking of the good of our community, I'd also like to speak on C-27-22 and TR-26-77. As you all know, I am also a member of the Methuen School Committee, and while the committee unanimously voted to approve the Constellations program, my remarks are mine, and I am not here as a spokesperson or representative of the committee. We all know that there are serious structural issues facing the city. Mainly, it is the fact that our expenditures keep rising every year while revenues and aid are stagnant. One of the clearest examples of this is our special education program. Costs like tuition and transportation rise, while inflation lowers the value of an already outdated and broken state aid formula. This current status quo is simply unsustainable. And so, tonight, in front of you is a proposal that aims to address the structural fault, this structural fault. It isn't a new proposal. Let me be clear, it isn't a new proposal, not at all. But it has finally reached this level of consideration because some folks have acted with a commitment to due diligence and with a commitment to courage. To fully grasp what this proposal means for our community, I only ask that you have the courage, the same courage that has followed this process so far, to challenge the status quo that we currently live in. We all know what this proposal intends to accomplish: build the capability to educate students with certain special needs in district when otherwise they would have been placed out of district. Financially, it has been recommended. And since this financially works out, I consider it a moral obligation as well. It is an obligation to our staff to provide the highest quality of professional development. It is an obligation to our families that have students placed far away who don't enjoy the experiences and convenience of a local education. And it is our obligation to simply provide the highest possible quality of education to all of our students in Methuen Public Schools. I only have 5 minutes, so I'll let others speak about the numbers and the specifics. And again, I am no representative of the committee, so I'll leave that be. And I know it's a huge ask of the council to fund this program out of stabilization. And so yes, proceed with prudence. But when the consensus from the administration is the same, all is left to do is to proceed with courage. At the end of the day, we can't keep doing the same things and expect different results. I agree it is a lot of money, but how much in free cash has the council surrendered to the schools to cover our budget just in the last 2 years?
And just a 1-minute warning.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. If we do nothing, if we continue down the plagued road of inaction, I ask myself, how much will that cost? Let's bring this vision to life, a vision that our staff is passionate about, and a vision that our community desperately needs, a local solution to a revenue and aid problem that only us here locally can attempt to solve. That is all. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that didn't sign up for public participation that would like to speak? I see none. Madam Chair, we'll close public participation.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. That being said, our next agenda item is organizational business, and we have no items under that. Reading and acceptance of the minutes from the previous meeting. I'll take a motion to accept the minutes for July 6, 2026, which was the regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor DeZoglio, seconded by Counselor Drew. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. Motion carries. Next on the agenda, we have a citation for Victor Rivera, Jr. I'd like to call Mr. Rivera to the podium, and I'll just read some words as Member Bias recommended to this body that we recognize Mr. Victor Rivera for this accomplishment. He's a rising senior at Marist College and a resident of the city of Methuen. He recently won the Truman Scholarship, a prestigious and exclusive award presented to young leaders in public service who commit to a career in public service. There were some articles attached. I'll share those with the council. But I wanted to also cite, he's a first-generation college student. His majors in social work. Victor plans to pursue a career in law enforcement, informed by clinical social work training. He aspires to become a police officer prepared to respond effectively to mental health crisis through de-escalation and collaboration and evidence-based practices. In his policy proposal for the scholarship submission, Victor called for incorporating 40 hours of crisis intervention team training into police academy curricula for exceeding the limited mental health training typically required. His proposal comes amid growing public concern over encounters between law enforcement and individuals experiencing mental health crisis. Thank you so much for representing Methuen and receiving this. How many people get this in the U.S.? I'm intrigued to really.
Yes, 55 in the country this year.
Great, congratulations. I'm not sure, Victor, if you're aware, but we have a fellow police officer here that's retired now. So by all means, if you need to reach out, but also when we recess to take a picture, I'd like the acting chief to also be included, if that's okay with you, since that's what you're going to explore in the near future. And if there's anything you'd like to say, please, the mic is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you to the City Council for having me here, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor. I really just want to thank, the members of my family who are here with me today, as well as the members of the public. I couldn't have done it without all of their endless support. As I shared, I was one of 55 in the country to receive this award. So I just want to, share that this really is a community accomplishment, Methuen being, representing Massachusetts this year. As well as, also talking about the kind of impact being in the city of Methuen has had for me and this award. I think it's really critical to, share that many of my previous experiences leading up to this award, I couldn't go without saying, how tremendous the Methuen Police Exploring Program has been for me leading up to this moment. and then also my opportunity to work as a cell monitor in the city of Methuen. So yes, thank you to everyone. I really appreciate your support. And again, this is a community accomplishment.
Thank you. Congratulations again. And so I know that the mayor has something for you as well. I want you to know that this recognition is from this body. And so I will approach and hand it to you. And if you could just wait a few minutes after the appointments for a picture, and I'll give the floor to the mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to say congratulations, Victor, on this wonderful accomplishment. We're all very proud of you and certainly pleased to share this citation from the administration as well. So congratulations and thank you.
Yeah, just give it to him now. Thank you. I walked around too many times, Mr. Mayor, today. Thank you.
Madam.
There's appointments that we're going to do, so I figured we'd do all the pictures. Is that okay, or did you want to?
No, that's fine.
I'm at the body's disposition, Counselor. Okay. All right. I had expressed to him what we were going to do, so. All right, thank you, and again, congratulations, and thank you for being here this evening. Now, we're going on to consideration of appointments, and so we'll start with a motion to reappoint a constable here in the city, Pamela Bertham. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm not sure if she's in the room, but I'll take a motion to reappoint. I have a motion from Counselor Marsan, seconded by Counselor Pesh. Any questions, concerns, comments? If there's none, I will take, I don't need a roll call while here. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Madam Clerk, unanimous. Congratulations to Ms. Pamela Bertham for her constable reappointment. Next appointment, I need a motion to appoint Mr. Brian Chase as our licensing, is he the chair, Mr. Mayor, correct? And that is a reappointment. I'll take a motion in a second.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Marsan, seconded by Counselor Drew. Any comments, questions, or concerns? Nope, seeing none. Did you have something, Counselor?
Yes, I just would like to know how many times Mr. Chase has served to this board.
I believe the paperwork said 10 years, a 10-year reappointment.
Are we looking to get anyone? Mr. Mayor. Are we looking to try to get anyone new into this board?
Yeah, so this is a three-person board in the city, and two of the three members are relatively new. We have member Anna Camargo, who was appointed relatively recently. We have member Cheryl Watson Fisher, who was appointed, I believe, in the last year. And Mr. Chase is somebody with some institutional knowledge who has been there for quite some time. And so I think on that board especially, it's a great example of a board where we have some newer blood, but also we have a mix of folks, or at least one person in the case of Mr. Chase, with a little bit more extensive experience on the board. So I think that, in my opinion, strikes just the right mix that we should be hoping for. So it is a mostly newer board with this one person who's been on there for some time.
And do we, how many, do we have a cap of terms to serve in this board?
So like any board in the city, typically a vote to appoint someone who has served for more than 10 years requires a 2/3 majority vote of the council if that person wishes to be reappointed. If they've served for fewer than 10 years, in most cases, it's a simple majority. And so for anybody who has been on a board or commission for that decade plus length of time, the threshold for approval goes up by that additional vote. So rather than needing 5 votes for passage, this appointment would need 6. And so that provides for an additional check where, let's say there is an effort for somebody to be reappointed. If they've served for a longer period of time, then that would require more of a consensus among members of the body. And so there aren't any term limits relative to boards or commissions, but there is that additional check on a longer appointment.
Thank you.
Counselor Samard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo what the mayor said. Attorney Chase is well qualified for this, and I know in the past when serious things have come before the licensing board, he's acted on behalf of the citizens of Methuen and not special interests. So I know that for a fact. That's why I'm a yes vote. And like he said, institutional knowledge is hard to come by, and eventually I'm sure he'll retire from that. But we do need that on the board at this point. Thank you.
Counselor Drew.
Just one question. How long is this appointment for? 3 year? I think this is a great candidate for reappointment. He's a lawyer. He seems like he knows what he's doing, so I'll be a yes vote on this.
Anybody else? Mr. Solicitor, did you have a comment?
I believe it's 3 years.
A 3-year appointment? Okay. If I may, I'm going to pass this over to the Vice. I know I've commented on this floor. I usually vote no on 10-year reappointments. In this case, I do agree that we have 2 new members. The mayor just added to that licensing board. I know it's a pain to the clerk's department when there's no experience. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Great. So they're moving down the pipeline. So I know it's a pain for the clerk's office not to have experience in a board because these are legal matters. There's alcohol licenses, there's car dealer license. So anyhow, so I want the body to know I will vote yes, going against my usual no's on a 10-year reappointment because of that and because of that need. With that being said, this body should consider, with the conversation on terms for committees, maybe bringing something forth. It's not going to be me, but you guys can bring something forth along with your solicitor to maybe tighten that up, because I know there's been some board conversations, Counselor, and reappointments and things like that you've discussed. So that was just the comment I wanted to make. With that being said, I'll take this back, Madam Vice, and I'll take a vote if everyone's all set. So all those in favor for Mr. Chase? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it is unanimous, Madam Clerk. Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Chase, and thank you for serving. I don't think he is here this evening. Let's see, who do we have? Mr. Douglas Kearney, Register of Voters. It's a reappointment as well. I need a motion and a second for that.
Second.
I have a motion from Vice Councilor Pesh, seconded by Councilor DeZoglio. Any questions, comments, or concerns in regards to this reappointment? Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to add some context to this particular appointment. So per state law, boards of registrars of voters are required to maintain a specific partisan makeup. So we have a member of the Republican Party, a member of the Democratic Party, I believe, an unenrolled member as well. And so the appointments, of course, like most boards and commissions, folks are appointed at different times. And so by chance, Mr. Kearney's reappointment is up now, but he is a Democratic representative on the board. And so, of course, we would bring forward any reappointments potentially or new appointments. It would be representative of the required partisan makeup that we have to maintain for that board. So just wanted to mention that for context. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions in regards to this appointment? I have a question, Mr. Mayor. Is that a paid position? Yes. Okay. 'Cause I know
Exactly what the stipend is. I'm not
a stipend,
sure.
yeah, but just to, in case there was any questions on that. Okay, so I'll go to the vote if there's no further questions, comments, concerns. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. Congratulations, Mr. Douglas Kearney, for your appointment. All right. Next is David Vate, Historical Commission. Can I get a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Councilor Pesh, seconded by Councilor Drew. Any questions, comments, or concern? Seeing none? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Vate. Not sure if he's here this evening. I see this is a new member, correct? Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor, approval of the 2026 poll workers list for the September 1, 2026 state primary election. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor DiZoglio, seconded by Counselor Pesh. Any comments, questions, concerns? Counselor DiZoglio.
Just a quick question. So would we have to come back here and vote for the general election workers? Poll workers, because it says just for the September 1st. So will we have to come back?
I'm drawing a blank. I'm 99.9% sure we will as part of the calling of, oh, okay, actually, you know what? Scratch that. We don't.
We do.
We don't.
We don't?
We don't. So poll workers are, one time, this will cover us for the September primary and the November general election, but there will be, I believe, a separate call to order for the general election, which I know is going to be on the agenda a little later.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. Any other questions, comments, or concerns on this line item? Seeing none? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm unanimous, Madam Clerk. The approval of the 2026 poll workers list for September 1st has been approved. All right, next, there's no presentation. Oh, I'm
Chair, I'd
sorry.
like to take a motion to take a 5-minute recess to take
Thank you,
pictures of any,
Counselor Drew.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Drew, seconded by Counselor Samard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're taking a 5-minute recess. Thank you. to the Methuen City Council regular meeting agenda. Today is Monday, August 10th, 2026. It is 6:47, as I stated, at the Great Hall here in the Seals Building. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Counselor Valley.
Here.
Counselor DiZoglio.
Present.
Counselor Drew.
Here.
Counselor McLaren. Here. Counselor Marsan.
Here.
Counselor Pesh.
Present.
Counselor Santos.
Here.
Counselor Samad.
Here.
And Chair Soto.
Present. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All present. Thanks. We're moving on to the agenda, to the mayor's report. I have a minor...
Madam Chair, prior to the mayor's report, we
Oh,
should be going
yes,
to
you
D.
did move
Call to
something up.
order.
You see, keep me honest. All righty. So we are on to letter D. Thank you. Order calling for 2026 state primary election to be held on Tuesday, September 1st, 2026. May I have a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by Counselor Marsan, seconded by Counselor DiZoglio. Any questions, comments, concern? Seeing none? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. Motion carries. So that's all set. You're all set? Okay. All right, back to the agenda. Thank you for that, Counselor. Keep the reminder on for the next one. The mayor's report. Mr. Mayor, I have a request for you. I know that you may have an extensive report. We've only been meeting once a month. You have an extensive request of counselors. So, because I have counselors that might have to go early. Thank you. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, councilors. We have quite a bit going on right now in the city, so I want to take a few minutes tonight to walk through some recognitions, give everybody an update on where we stand with the budget, talk about the work that is underway on our roads, provide an update regarding the transition to the GIC, get into our citywide grant program, the efforts underway with Cambuyer, and spend a little bit of time talking about the Constellations proposal that'll be before the council tonight, and I'll try to breeze through the requests as quickly as I can. But before I move into the rest of my report, I want to acknowledge Chair Soto. Madam Chair, on behalf of our local government, I am so sorry for your loss. We're thinking of you and your family. We're praying for you, and I just wanted to personally express again my deepest condolences to you on the loss of your mother.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate you reaching out too as soon as you found out. Thank you for your empathy.
Of course. Anything you need, we're here for you. I want to share tonight, before I go any further, a couple of recognitions. Now, I probably should have added these to the agenda, but thought came to mind a bit after the deadline. First of all, I am resurrecting the Community Foundation Award, which was started by Mayor Perry back in 2023, and it's an award that recognizes an individual or a business for their commitment and consistent support of the city of Methuen. And tonight, I have the pleasure of presenting the Community Foundation Award to Kristen Snee. I want to acknowledge, Kristen, feel free to come up. I'm going to embarrass you just a little bit. So I want to recognize Kristen for her years of service and commitment to the Methuen community. She's worked for many years as the local store marketer for the Texas Roadhouse restaurant here in Methuen. She's been somebody who has consistently stepped up to support our community, our residents, and local organizations over the years, especially those that support our veterans and our kids. And one of the things I think it's important for us to recognize is that communities like Methuen don't run on government alone. They run because people care enough to get involved, to help their neighbors, to support local causes, and answer the call when somebody needs something. Kristen has done all of that and more, and she has done it without looking for recognition.
True, and here we are, thank you.
Yeah. And she's done it without expecting anything in return. So, Kristen, on behalf of the city of Methuen, I want to thank you for everything you have done for our community over the years. It's my privilege tonight to present you with a Community Foundation Award, and I hope you know how much your service to Methuen is appreciated.
I thank you, everyone.
She's always on the bashful side. We'll stop and take pictures, I guess, again in a little bit. Next, I want to take a moment to recognize an organization called the KEY Program. I received an update from Nancy Reardon about how it really is important for us to recognize more of the organizations that do tremendous work in our community. And she had reached out to me and Representative Hamilton, and I'll invite her to speak in just a minute. But I want to share with you a little bit about what the KEY Program is and the work that they do in Methuen and throughout the region. It's an organization, they're based on Broadway. They serve children, young people overall, and families here in the Merrimack Valley and in places around the country. And they've done it for more than 50 years. Their Northeast Massachusetts operation, as I just mentioned, is based right here in Methuen, and their work includes community-based and residential services, outreach efforts, emergency residential programming, intensive treatment, family support, and programs designed to help young people across our region. Of course, that's difficult work, and in many cases, the KEY Program is working with children and families at some of the most difficult moments of their lives. And their employees show up every day and do that work with compassion, professionalism, and a real commitment to the people they serve. They've been part of our community for some time now, and I think it's important, as Nancy has shared, we not only recognize the organization, but particularly the people doing that work every day. So on behalf of the whole city, thank you for all your incredible work, and I'll invite Nancy to share a few words before we present the citations, and then we can maybe pause for pictures.
I love public speaking. So about 7 years ago, 2 doors down from me, the KEY Program had some residents living there. Do you call them residents? Living there, and they were, I want to be nice, causing a little trouble in the neighborhood. So I approached the former director, Susan Spitali, and I said, what can we do to get them more involved so they're not just running around and whatever. So we came up with this plan to do flower gardens at DeGaspee Park on Mystic Street. So she generously donated funds for the neighbors as well as the kids to buy these flowers and then plant them. And thankfully the DPW, on their spare time, like they have any, built wooden flower boxes. Over the years, those flower boxes decayed, fell apart, and Megan Bailey, who was the Director of Operations for the Northeast area, graciously purchased 3 galvanized steel ones for us. And the DPW put them together in their spare time and refilled them. So we've been using those the past few years. And Megan said, what else can we do? What do you mean, what else can you do? You've done plenty for the past 7 years. After Sue retired, Megan took over. So what else can you do? She goes, yeah, I want to do something else for the park, for the kids, all the kids that go there. They bought a huge, I swear this thing must weigh 300 pounds, picnic table, steel picnic table. So people go there, have picnics, parties, and everything. So I thought they should be recognized for what they do for the city and that neighborhood. And the kids still go down there. Jared still brings the kids down there. Jared's one of the supervisors. And Natalie Harrington, I just met her tonight, so I'm not, thank you. So Jared still brings the kids down there. They plant every year. They go there every year, enjoy the park like everyone else. The neighbors enjoy it, and we have a blast doing it. So, and that's the reason why, short and sweet. But they also do a lot of projects for the police and the fire department as well. They are there every year at Methuen Day. They do a lot of crafts. They donate things to the fire department to just brighten their days, as well as the police department. Can I have your fan? And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. And so at this point, I have citation from myself and also Representative Hamilton, who couldn't be with us tonight, so I'll share these with you, and maybe we can stop for pictures.
Very nice. Is there more citations or? Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to take a 5-minute recess to recognize the award
I have a-
recipients and take pictures.
Motion by Counselor Drew, seconded by Counselor Samard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Madam Clerk, I'm going into a 5-minute recess at 6:58. Thank you. It is 7:01, Methuen City Council regular meeting agenda. I'm returning from a 5-minute recess. Today's Monday, August 10th, 2026. Again, it is 7:02 at the Great Hall at the Seals Building. Madam Clerk, would you take the roll?
Counselor Valley.
Present.
Counselor DeZoglio.
Present.
Counselor Drew.
Here.
Counselor McLaren.
Present.
Counselor Masson.
Here.
Counselor Pesh.
Present.
Councilor Santos,
Here.
Councilor Samad.
Here.
And Chair Soto.
Present.
All present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor, you still have Mayor's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for indulging the additional picture break. Before I get into my pitch regarding constellations, I want to mention that since our last meeting, I had the opportunity to stop by roll call at the police department recently to share the news that on the date when Chief McNamara retires, of course, we're going to enter a period that requires some interim leadership for the department. And so I was pleased to announce that I have selected Captain Jamie Moore, who is with us tonight, to serve as our acting chief beginning later this month. And so I want to acknowledge Acting Chief Designate Moore, and not that he needs an introduction, everybody here knows him, but wanted to mention that before we proceed further. But thank you for stepping up. Now I'm going to try to get through the rest as quickly as I can. I want to dive next into constellations. It's probably one of the biggest items that we have on the agenda, and I want to spend some time walking residents specifically who may not be familiar with what is going on. I want to walk them through the proposed structural reform of Methuen's special education system, which is ultimately what we're talking about tonight, and something that would be facilitated by the investment in the Constellations program. I know that members of the council have asked a number of very good and fair questions about this proposal. I appreciate those questions. When we're asking the council to authorize an investment of just north of $2.5 million from the stabilization fund, you absolutely should ask tough questions about what we're aiming to do, learn more about what the risks are, and how we're going to measure whether the program works. The problem that we're trying to solve is pretty straightforward. We have an increasing number of students who require intensive special education programming, and Methuen does not currently have sufficient internal capacity to serve all of those students. When we're unable to meet those needs here, students are placed outside the district. Those placements are extraordinarily expensive, and that is not an exaggeration, and the costs are rising rapidly. The two biggest budget busters in Methuen and municipalities across the Commonwealth are health insurance, which we've worked to reform through our switch to the GIC, and of course special education. Out-of-district tuition associated with the students identified by the district relevant to this program was approximately $1.7 million during the 2025-2026 school year, and it's projected at approximately $2.47 million this year. And those are tuition costs alone. They don't include transportation costs associated with sending students outside of Methuen every day. So we essentially have a choice. We can continue paying increasingly expensive tuition and transportation bills to educate Methuen children somewhere else, or we can make a serious investment in building the capacity to educate more of those children right here in our city. I think, just in my opinion, the second option is better educational policy, better fiscal policy, and most importantly, better for our kids. This is not simply a $2.5 million consulting contract. It's ultimately a one-year capacity building investment across 13 K through 4 classrooms, serving approximately 100 Methuen students. Constellations would come in and provide 3 board-certified behavior analysts, BCBAs for short, 13 ABA instructors, and 13 behavior technicians. An ABA instructor and behavior technician will be embedded in each classroom 5 days a week with weekly BCBA consultation. The entire model is specifically designed around training our existing Methuen Public School staff, developing consistent systems, and gradually transitioning responsibility to district personnel. The last part is incredibly important for folks at home to understand. We're not proposing to spend $2.5 million every year indefinitely. That would be both foolish and unsustainable. The objective, rather, is to bring in the expertise for 1 year, build the program, train our people, and leave the Methuen Public Schools with the internal capacity to operate it. The school department estimates that after this initial investment, ongoing systems consultation in fiscal year 28 would cost less than $30,000. So we're talking about a big one-time upfront investment with the goal of having it built into the system over time. And there's already evidence that this model can work. As Member Baez mentioned, I think during his remarks earlier, and as we'll hear more about later on when we get to this, Constellations worked in 2 of our kindergarten classrooms last year. They served 18 students, and all 18 students have remained in the district. Although we've seen promising results, I want to also be careful to not oversell this. Nobody can promise right here, right now, that every child currently in and out of district placement is coming back to Methuen immediately, and that's very important to understand. It's not how special education works, nor should it be, simply because individual placements are driven by the needs of individual children and their families, so each case is unique. The real financial opportunity here is having the in-house capacity to prevent future out-of-district placements in the first place. That's the thinking. And it's why I view this as a structural reform rather than simply a one-year savings initiative. As I mentioned, we have roughly 100 students that would be participating. Keep in mind that at the same time, individual out-of-district tuitions, before we even factor in transportation, can range from roughly $87,000 on the lower end to more than $167,000 per student per year. So if you think about the math, the total Constellations investment works out to roughly, not to oversimplify, but it works out to roughly $25,000 per student being served by the initiative. One comparable outside placement for a student with autism, which is the population that this program serves, as I mentioned, begins more than $86,000 right out of the gate annually before transportation. So if we build a program capable of keeping kids in the city who otherwise would have been referred out, the financial implications would compound year after year. But I actually think that the financial discussion only tells ultimately half the story. For the Methuen child out there who can be appropriately served here, staying in the district would mean going to school in their own community, as Member Baez mentioned. It means being closer to family. It means greater continuity with our schools and our staff. And if we can provide that level of service ourselves, my question just out into the ether would be, why wouldn't we want to? That's something that seems like common sense to me. The program also gives us objective ways to determine whether it's ultimately working. Constellations would establish classroom monitoring tools. They have particular data systems that they utilize. They have professional development pathways for staff, and they provide a bi-monthly program progress reporting. So this is information that we would receive in real time, not just the school committee, of course. Given the investment that we're asking the city council to consider, we would certainly share it with city council as well. The other question that I know we're going to hear tonight and talk extensively about, I'm sure, is the use of reserves. It's, of course, a $2.5 million proposal coming out of stabilization. That is a big number coming out of that fund. That fund currently has just shy of $6 million in it. And so if we were to approve this tonight, it would leave approximately $3.4 million in that stabilization fund. So I'm not minimizing, obviously, what we're asking the council to consider, but I also want to share on the flip side that stabilization at the end of the day exists in part to give us the ability to make strategic investments when circumstances warrant it, and I believe very strongly that this one does. We've spent the better part of the last year confronting structural problems that have cost the city millions upon millions of dollars each year. We did it with health insurance. Instead of continuing to pour millions of dollars into a broken local health insurance system every year, we've changed the system, moving to the GIC. We're never going to have to worry about a health insurance trust fund deficit as long as we're in the GIC again. Now we have another rapidly escalating cost center in special education, and so ultimately what I'm sharing tonight is a choice for us. We can keep writing increasingly large checks, hope the problem gets better, or we can step in and change the system itself. And so with that, I'm kind of sharing a lot of hot air here, but it's something that I want to get out there for the public to hear about. So I encourage the council to consider support of this investment tonight. I think it's one of the most significant investments we can make this year in both our children and the long-term financial stability of our public schools. So I'll leave that there for now. Moving on to roads, I have some good news for everybody who has been waiting patiently, and in some cases, fairly enough, not so patiently, waiting for the road work we have been talking about to get underway. Deputy Director Garcia is here with us tonight and can answer questions if they arise. But the full depth reclamation program is beginning this Thursday. This is the beginning of a very aggressive road construction effort for Methuen. Between full depth reclamation of our roads that are most far gone, require significant structural rehabilitation below the surface, plus milling and paving. We're looking at approximately 12 miles of road work under the contracts currently moving forward. And also, I should mention that I've mentioned to the chair that we may need to circle back later this week at some point, potentially for a special meeting via Zoom. We have 2 more contracts. The bids closed on August 6th, last Thursday, well after the deadline. At the same time, we don't want to wait until September to consider those, so we'll talk about possibly getting those approved with the council's blessing this week. But that's not where we intend to stop. We still have another bid outstanding that would allow us to work toward a substantial crack sealing program across the city, covering more than 50 miles of roadway in that regard. I know that roads have been a source of significant frustration for residents. It's frustration that I share as well. There isn't, as we all know, a magic wand that fixes years of deferred road maintenance overnight, but the solution, of course, is to start somewhere. That's where we're at now in terms of our road work. And so we're going to see a lot of road construction around Methuen over the coming weeks and months. There's going to be inconvenience associated with that, but we need to take care of that, and here we are. It's a kind of inconvenience I think that most residents will be happy to deal with when all is said and done. Regarding the budget, I'm going to try to wrap up as soon as I can here. I want to give an update regarding the budget. Of course, we had a very difficult budget cycle earlier this year based on the information that had been available to us at the time. Since then, there have been several things that have changed in our favor. We've identified additional available resources, including $1.75 million in savings through the elimination of the need to pay stop-loss premiums through Blue Cross Blue Shield following the GIC transition in January, plus an additional $500,000 in revenue from the sale of the Oakland Avenue School. And overall, we've had some adjustments to state aid, and of course, the council made tweaks as well during the budget process. So we're now in a position to leverage that funding to, as I've mentioned earlier in the summer, using that savings to eliminate the furloughs. We're looking at restoring funds to the DPW overtime line, which we frankly had to decimate, relatively speaking, given the circumstances we were initially facing. This would also provide some additional funding for the Methuen Literacy Partnership and would invest an additional $800,000 in our public schools. So I'll be coming to the council in September, the first meeting in September, with some measures to implement what would be in effect a fiscal year 27 budget true-up. So that will give us the opportunity to take care of that. I've talked a lot about the GIC tonight, but to circle back to that, specifically implementation on that is moving forward. The transition takes effect on January 1st. And so at this point, we're looking at a special enrollment period that will take place during the month of October. So anyone who wants GIC health insurance effective January 1st would need to enroll during that window. We have our HR team working on a series of events with GIC representatives to walk folks through the different plan options, answer questions, and provide what will we intend to be a seamless transition for folks from Blue Cross Blue Shield to the GIC. Regarding CamBuyer, not to bounce around too much, but I want to get through this. CamBuyer, of course, is the company that council agreed to contract with to launch our first cohesive citywide grant strategy, so to speak. Methuen already does a pretty good job at getting after grants. We have a big one on the agenda for acceptance tonight, but the issue is that we haven't really had a strategy from 30,000 feet, a dashboard and the like, and so we've been working with CamBuyer on that. We had our kickoff meeting recently, brought in all department heads, and they are well underway in terms of helping us get after these additional opportunities for funding so that we don't have to rely on Methuen taxpayers to shoulder various things alone. So long and short of it, we have a lot going on, a lot of good things happening. Regarding some upcoming events, the 16th Annual Back to School Project event organized by First Church Congregational in Man Inc. is happening this Saturday at Tenney Street Park. That starts at 9 a.m. Hope you'll mark your calendars for Methuen Day, first Saturday in October on the 3rd. And also, just to mention, I can't believe summer has gone by this quickly, but the first day of school is Wednesday, September 2nd. And is that rain or is that the AC? I think the air is kicking on. I couldn't tell if it was just vigorously pouring outside or if the air conditioner was turned up. It's been the AC, so hopefully we can cool off a little bit. That was a lot. I apologize. I'll see you all on the other side with the list of requests.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure there'll be further conversation as items come up in the agenda. Madam Caffo, your report is next.
Sure. I'm going to keep mine short and sweet. To piggyback on what the mayor had said about the fiscal year 27 budget, we are planning to bring forward multiple measures in September as far as the council having input on what those changes look like. That includes a budget true-up, transfers within the general fund and the enterprise fund, and we'll talk about that extensively when it comes to that meeting. As far as the Searles Estate expenses and revenues, there's really no additional major expenditures at this point, but I'll keep you updated as those arise. An update on the trash barrel fees and fines. We haven't made an extensive amount of progress. However, we have collected $13,000 in the past 3 months of trash barrel renewal payments. So not new barrels, but the renewals, the older ones that have, so we are making progress, slow progress, but progress, and we'll continue to make that push going forward. And the revenue request, I absolutely have that information. I will send that via email this week to the council, and then happy to answer any individual questions as you're reviewing those. Or if you'd like me to extensively go through it at the September meeting, I'm happy to do that as well.
I have a question to the CAFO. I'll give the councilors the floor first. Councilor DeZoglio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So last month, we had the percentage of like 41% of barrels fees collected. So that was part of the $13,000 we received.
We've
correct?
collected $13,000 of that, yes.
Okay, so what is the percentage now after a month?
I don't have that in front of me right now, but I'll send that to you tomorrow.
Okay. Because if it's still 41%, then there's been no progress for 30 days. And that's my concern. But if we went up another additional $1,000, then we're making progress. But the last statement that I just got was for 3 months last month. So it's still that same percentage, correct? Like,
Part of it is, yes.
okay, so thank you.
Was there another question that, after, Madam Caffo?
Yes.
For someone to pay for their renewal for these barrels, they just go to the site and click, pay. It's
Yeah,
easy.
it's through OpenGov.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yep.
Any further questions? So I'm moving on. Okay. Now I'm under request of counselors. I know the mayor did answer some items, but I'd like for you to look at the list.
Sounds good. I'll dive right into that. First of all, we have tonight from the Methuen Housing Authority, the executive director of the Housing Authority. I see Jamie as well. Hello. And of course, Nancy Reardon serves, I think, on the board of the Housing Authority. So we have Commissioner Reardon here as well. This first item was initially mentioned by Chair Soto regarding trash collection at the Housing Authority. Director Bauer and I had a meeting with the folks from the Housing Authority. Interestingly enough, there is quite a bit of context, local history here, where I believe that trash and recycling has been picked up by the city at the Housing Authority developments going back to, it had to have been the Mayor DeZoglio days, back in like the 1990s, if not earlier. So, at least 1994, she just mentioned, trash has been picked up by the city at the Housing Authority sites. So I think that if there is any interest in having, I guess, a look-see at that as a policy matter, it might make sense if we were to perhaps have this discussion with the folks from the Housing Authority. They're available tonight for sure to answer questions. I don't know if we want to maybe take some time and engage with them a little bit. Just keep in mind that the fact that the city has been picking up trash at the Housing Authority developments in the city, of course, that plays into the city budget, but also the Housing Authority's budget. And so different things to keep in mind in terms of the balance there. But nevertheless, they are here, available to answer questions. Aside from some of that historical context, I don't really have much more to add there, but we at least wanted to make available the opportunity for the discussion.
I do have a question, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask the body if they, before I ask. Thank you, Counselor. So could the Housing Authority approach the podium if it's not too much to ask? So my issue with, first of all, we were completely unaware that we were paying for state property under our city budget. It's not the norm across the Commonwealth. State handles housing authorities, public housing. So you can imagine the scrutiny after that meeting when one of your residents, or a few of your residents, came forward, complained to us, asked us to resign because we weren't voting on a transfer of $850,000. So obviously, we say, this is the Housing Authority, and research begins, right? So with that being said, and by the way, I've documented the extensive trash that is deposited into those containers. So, with all due respect, you do produce a lot of tonnage out of those, out of the properties. So, my thing is, this council, including Mr. Mayor, when you were a councilor in the previous year, you were under a lot of scrutiny for us taking away recycling from some condos that were receiving that since 1990 or early 2000s. And so this administration has kept their word on, you can't receive it. You were a part of our budget, but hey, we made a mistake. And so now those constituents, I want you to be fully aware, have called myself and said, very interesting that the city is willing to pay for public housing's trash, yet tax-paying residents can't be afforded the same, right? So our late mayor used to say all or none. I'm willing to do all, Mr. Mayor, if we go across, and I know that some of my councilors differ with that, but I don't have an issue if it's truly all. Does that make sense to you? So, and then again, I'm gonna give you the floor, because I do have questions for you. And I know it's gonna affect the budget, and it affects the pockets of those that live there, that live on a limited income. I'm cognizant of that. And I think Councilor Valley was one of the councilors that called me and said, you know, it really would raise their rent, but that's the same issue in the city as a whole. Our constituents are affected in their pocket as well, when we have to charge for barrels, charge for fines. So for me to sit here and give the housing authority free trash and free recycling is not something that I'm willing to do. Now, the body as a whole, I can't act as a one person, but the body as a whole can bring something forth to say all or nothing, right? But I can't sit here and answer a constituent's call and vouch for something that they are paying tax dollars for, and they're not getting the service. So I hope that you understand that this isn't anything personal against the housing authority. It's about the fact that we're always scrutinized for trying to do the best for Methuen. And then some people feel and voice that we take care of others, and for whatever reason, and don't take care of those that are advocating for themselves.
Could you appreciate the City of Methuen residents that are complaining to? I do truly, sincerely appreciate their point of view. I just wanted to say our portfolio is about 553 public housing units. That's a combination of state and federally subsidized units. About 433 of those units receive trash pickup from the City of Methuen. We are uniquely located, throughout the entirety of the city. A lot of residents are under the impression that we are officially part of the city, and I think we do a good job trying to integrate within the city, but they're right, we do have separate budgets. I can also appreciate we generate a lot of trash. One of our issues within our complexes is because there is a mistaken conception that we are part of the city. We got a lot of things that are dumped on our properties. A lot of furniture, a lot of mattresses, just a lot of things that are a challenge for all of the City of Methuen residents to dispose of. So if they're anywhere near our property, we do have our maintenance team pick them up and dispose of them. Of course, we are not being charged in the same way a resident is, but it is a way of contributing to the overall cleanliness of the city. It does lend itself for a lot of illegal dumping within our property. So I think there is all of that. I think the other component to keep in mind is we are serving the most vulnerable residents of Methuen. Our rents are based as a percentage of the residents' income by statute. So an additional cost to the housing authority for trash removal cannot be passed off onto the resident. It would directly impact operations and some of the things that we do to provide a good place to live for our residents. We have been definitely challenged over the past years with deferred maintenance. Our properties range in age from 1950 to 1989. All of them have really large deferred maintenance issues, and we have, I think anybody that has been associated with the housing within the past 5 years since I've taken over, we've had a different change of staff and a different philosophy. We have really stepped up our game to be a better part of Methuen, and we've chased funding and asked for additional grants from the state and different allotments of capital funds to, get those roofs replaced, get the windows and sidings, reduce some of the community residents, again, that our most vulnerable residents are residing in. We cannot pass that cost off onto our residents by statute. So we are in this unique point. So although I appreciate it, there are some concerns. We would also have a large procurement issue, and this would be a large transfer of cost to us. So if this is the decision of the residents and the council is speaking on behalf of the residents, I would appreciate if you would at least give us some time to attrition out of that and figure out what to do with the funding. Trash removal across housing authorities is not standardized. There are housing authorities where the city and the municipality does pick up the trash for them. There are some that do pay some costs, some that pay all of the costs, some that pay none. So there's no one size fits all formula. Having never had to provide that in a budget line, of course our renewal funding is always based on last year's budget, and increases are based on us not paying that line item. So it would be a more drastic impact than it maybe seems. So at least along with the procurement issues and all the legality of procuring, but it would be directly harmful to our most vulnerable residents within the city.
So when you say directly, because we can't pass it on, so they wouldn't be
I
impacted.
can't pass that on, so it would.
You're
I'm
saying in other areas they would be impacted.
Yes, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
So
I apologize.
I think this is an opportunity for the delegation to help you as well and help us, help them transition. I mean, that's why they're here. We're supposed to work with them to help when we have these kind of situations. I think that your request of some time, those residents for no recycling got a 30-day notice. That was Mayor Perry's way of saying in 30 days you got to figure it out. I'm not saying that's what this body's going to decide, but I'd like to give the floor to Councilor Drew because he did request to say something, to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think anybody here wants to hurt the Housing Authority by any means. I think your ask for some time to transition out of it, I think our contract with Harvey ends middle of next year.
The Harvey contract ends on June 30th of next year, yes.
So currently, the Housing Authority trash and dumpsters are written into that contract. I think at that time, that would probably make the most sense because we would be looking at a new contract rather than ripping something like that right now, because that is going to be a significant impact for them to have to try to figure out. Yeah. And it'll also help be a clean item on their fiscal year. So in my opinion, I think if we were ever going to do something and take it out of the Harvey requirement to pick up, it would come out with that contract if needed. But I think it is something that we as a council need to look at the better of the community. Is it something that we should try to help along with the delegation on the state to try to better what needs to happen for our residents? So I think, in my opinion, if we were to move something from that sense, I would move it out with the contract end at that time if we were going to go that way.
Thank you, Councilor. Point taken. If there are no further questions, we can move on to other items. Okay? Councilor Samard.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. Communities like Lawrence, who pays for their trash pickup? Because I've seen outside vendors come in and pick up their trash. They have monitors, they have cameras for illegal dumpers and all that. Who pays for that?
So my understanding from Lawrence Housing Authority is that the Lawrence Housing Authority has their own dumpsters and their own staff picks up the trash, but the tipping fees are paid by the city.
By the city?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, having no more questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next on the request list, we have a request from Councilor Valley, and this is a great one regarding providing residents with an outline, so to speak, of the process of having a road accepted for the purpose of course, having work done and the like on some of these roads that have not been touched. Interestingly enough, the city of Gloucester has a surprisingly large number of unaccepted roadways as a percentage of the makeup of the whole city and their road network. And so on their website, I found recently that they had an outline of the process of what it takes to have a roadway accepted, all the different requirements that need to be met, and then from there, different ways to actually facilitate the process on the part of residents, and it's all based on state statute. And so all the citations are listed there as well, just to provide clarity for residents, simply because I think that one of the questions that often comes up that I hear is, well, hey, why can't the city just go ahead and do X, Y, Z? Everything that we do, especially when it comes to utilizing Chapter 90 money from the Commonwealth regarding fixing roads, it's all based on guidelines that are outlined in the statute. And there are other areas that we need to tighten up in terms of use of that money, of course, as we've all discussed. But having those citations and having full transparency relative to the process, I think, is much needed. And what's great is that we have, I think, a good template if you look at the Gloucester website. So that could be a starting point for us. And it's relatively straightforward to put together. It's not like we'd be reinventing the wheel. So I would expect to see that online. Let's aim to have it done by the first meeting in September, and then we can take a look at it. And if there's any information that's missing or that you'd like to see added, let us know, and we'll make sure that everything is online that the council wants to see on there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
If I may ask, the solicitor, I think that their intern,
Yes, we did do some additional work on that, and we will work with the mayor to make sure that that's accurate, at least as it currently exists, until such time as the council makes changes to that process or we come up with some additional funds to address that issue.
Madam Chair, I would like to see disclose the fees as well. I know that might not be accurate, but at least let them know that there's a fee involved.
Sure,
An
sure. We
assessment
can put
or
the
a betterment.
financial piece there, yep.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Next on the list, we... Hi, Councilor Drew. We have a request for an update regarding the buildings audit. I think at one point, did we talk about working with the committee?
I'm working on the parks one
On
with
the
my
framework?
committee.
That's for the parks one,
Building
okay.
one,
Still in our wheelhouse.
the third meeting, yes.
Yeah. Actually, this might be a good opportunity to share that I've been working with legal, namely Assistant Solicitor Haley Reisman, on doing some digging into, I'm not sure if I've mentioned it before, it's a program that is facilitated by its Division of State Government. The acronym is DOER, and it's a program through a company called Train, and they provide for an opportunity through the Commonwealth state statute regarding ways that municipality can utilize this particular provision to go about facilities planning, go about, say, I guess a review of energy efficiency upgrades that could be made to reduce costs and the like. And so I think that that would play well into this conversation about a broader analysis of various needs that we have from a building maintenance standpoint. I will share that one of the things that the CAFO and I are talking about now is a fiscal year 27 CIP. The thing to keep in mind is that we have multiple projects that we had on the 26 CIP that we have postponed until the new fiscal year, of course, beginning July 1st. The goal of that, as I may have mentioned previously, was to limit the cost that we had to pay in terms of debt service payments in fiscal year 27. Those would then kick in fiscal year 28. The significant amount of the road work underway now is part of that bucket, so to speak, of the post-July 1 projects that will then pay debt service on in fiscal year 28. And at that point, the conversation then turns to, okay, we have these projects that we're carrying over. How much capacity do we have in the broader pie, factoring in fiscal year 27, to do maybe one or two other things? And so right now, the project in terms of municipal facilities that is the most urgent from all accounts is installing a new roof at the Timony School. There's a significant amount of water damage that's impacting the building. I've heard from the health inspection team, Darren, as well as DPW leadership, Director Bauer, and others, about how the water damage that is taking place at the Timony is, not to over-exaggerate, potentially catastrophic for the building itself. And so it's something that we needed to probably get after yesterday. Considering the fact that the preliminary estimates for that project are in the ballpark of $4 million, and it's something that the cost of doing that work, it's only going to rise, of course, over time. It's something that I think would behoove us to get after as soon as possible so that we don't have any further deterioration in the context of water damage at the Timony. And so Timony roof right out of the gate would be quite possibly the only new project that we could get after while keeping within a roughly $10 million bucket, factoring in projects that we're carrying over year. And so just something to keep in mind as we talk about doing this broader review of buildings that relies on capital improvement plan funding, and we're looking at right out of the gate a significant project that would take up probably most of our fiscal year 27 capacity.
So, Mr. Mayor, my reasoning behind this RFP was so that we could have the CIP well-informed as we go through and fix things like the roof. That may be a big thing, and these other items that may be identified, they may have to go down 2-3 years, but at least we know what the problem children are so we can start going after certain things that look like there's a reason behind it. You know, obviously there's a reason behind the roof. But we can at least have something to point to say, this needs to be done, and this is going to have to happen. So it's not just, all right, well, this one yelled the loudest, so they get it. We need to look and say, what's going to make the most sense, and where are we going to spend the most money effectively? So that's the whole reason behind that RFP, and I mean, we just want to see what it's going to take to do that. And if you need help with working with Train, I'm an HVAC contractor. I know Train well. I'm happy to work with you on that program, however it is, to try to guide that in if we can to get this off so it's not continuing to linger. But I appreciate the explanation and move on to the...
Absolutely. And actually, just to share a couple other thoughts real quick about that. I have you and also Councilor Marsan on my list of people to call when we have Train ready to go. But beyond that, the other thing to just consider is that, of course, if we were to say post an RFP and then we have companies bid on that project, we'd have to look at the funding source for it. And the challenge for us at this point is that with the budget already set, we didn't allocate anything for such a study in the actual budget. It is something that hypothetically, if the council wanted to look at another funding source, the only thing that I can think of right now would be, we're having this discussion tonight about reserves for constellations, and so I'd probably be hesitant, of course, to look to that. So we'll have to look at the timing in terms of identifying a sufficient funding source. However, the thing to keep in mind is that, and I'm speaking, I think, for us internally, an RFP is in itself a conditional exercise. It will give us an opportunity to at least see what the cost of such an audit would be. So given that it's something that is purely conditional, I don't see any hurt in at least proceeding with that process to get a sense of what the cost would be so we can have a better sense of that going forward.
Right. If it's $5 million to do the audit,
right,
that's a totally different conversation. But if it's $50,000 that we get the proposals back, different conversations.
Exactly.
Completely agree. And I just would like to see it get through so we can make sure it ends up in some budget some point.
Absolutely. So we'll keep it on the list.
Councilor DeZoglio has a follow-up, Mr.
Oh, yes.
So just to follow up on Councilor Drew, you said in the earlier statement that you are meeting with the grant people for strategies. Well, for grants for POCs and stuff like that, the RFPs would be beneficial to strategize with those people, because I've looked up grants already for POCs, but if we have the RFPs to say, hey, basketball hoops could go here, this POC needs work here, we can literally hand it to the grant writers, grant company, and they could follow up on it. And I think the RFPs now are an investment tool because we paid a certain amount of money to these grant company, but if they don't have a bench, like a type of system that we are looking for, I feel like these RFPs are really important to kind of maybe find some type of funding for. But that's just my opinion on defending Councilor Drew's RFPs, because I think how are you supposed to get grants if they don't know where to look and what to look for? So I think that's something we need to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Next on the list of requests, we have an update. Oh, Councilor Drew, you're going to reach across the dais and probably give me a good smack in the face after I
That's
share
an
this.
easy one, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I know, it is an easy one. We have not had an internal conversation about standardization of email signatures. That's something that Of course, I'm reading the room and understanding that this is of interest, and so we can certainly work on trying to get after some type of standardization. I've seen the council templates that are often used.
I think I send you one every other month.
You actually prepared one? It looks beautiful. All I need to do is copy and paste it into my own, and we can start from there. But, one of the things that I appreciated, I remember when Chair Soto, after you first took office, you had included the open meeting law disclaimer for people who might be receiving emails from the council, just to make them aware about, for instance, the open meeting law. And so I think there is tremendous value in terms of having something that's standard, perhaps includes a reminder along those lines. Never hurts. And
just for point of clarification, so today, I got an email from somebody within the city, and I didn't know how to contact them, pick up the phone and call them. There was nothing, so I had to go looking. And as somebody who can go and navigate that and find that information pretty easily, I went and did that. But there are people that may not know where to go look, know who to contact, how to get this number. So to make sure that our residents and anybody who has a business with the city can get a hold of a person and not just have to go back and forth before getting anything and being able to pick up the phone and talk to somebody, that's very frustrating to a lot of residents too. So I just think it's something that would standardize the city. It would make us look more professional, and as a $250 million organization, I think it's a pretty simple, low-hanging fruit ask to get done.
Absolutely. If we can go about the work of trying to fix big problems that have been around for a long time and reform cost drivers that are killing us year after year and do things like that, we can certainly work on standardizing email signatures. So that's something low-hanging fruit.
The complex thing is some of our employees have city phones, and phones usually don't transfer over the signature.
Yeah,
and
especially
I think
with
that's
like
part of
replies
your
and the
point.
like, right?
Part of your point.
Absolutely. So we'll keep it on the list. Permit fees, I need to get an update for you on that. It's something that Director Tegan Jean-Pac shared an update with me on, and I don't have it in front of me. Let's keep it on the list. I'll get information about where we're at in terms of that aspect of all things permitting. Fair enough?
I think it's fair. I just want to make sure that we are on this because these were budget assumptions at the time of budget time. I want to make sure they end up in front of us so that they are recognized and the budget that we approved is accurate.
Absolutely. Just to keep in mind, there are some adjustments, and I think I might be hearkening back to what you shared with me, adjustments made, I think, by the Board of Health, but I'll circle back and get a full rundown of what's going on when it comes to that review and just a general update. Regarding the trash app, this is something to keep on the list. We are, of course, we have Karina, who is working to really build, I want to say build, but also fixing a lot of these issues with us regarding trash, and this is one of them. We need an update from Harvey on where the app stands according to them. It's something that seemed like it would be pretty straightforward, turnkey. We need to see it. And so we'll follow up on that. I don't have anything tonight.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to say this with as much respect as I humanly possibly can. We signed the extension in March. They said they'd have it in July. In front of us tonight, we killed a ream of paper each to have contracts. It is in their contract, in their extension, for them to have this app to us by July 1st. What are we going to do to get them? How are we going to hold them to, I want this now? Because in my eyes, they're in breach of contract. How do I go and look at all these other contracts that I'm going to sign tonight and hold these people accountable to what they're going to do if we have contracts that just aren't being fulfilled? So can we do something? Can we say, hey, on September meeting, on the first September meeting, I will make sure that I have an update to you, that Harvey will have something or anything, just something that they are going to do the job and we're going to hold them accountable to it.
I'll get out the cattle prod.
Hey, I'll take it. I mean, if that's what it's going to take, I mean.
Fair enough. Thank you. Next, we have...
Hold on, Madam.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Yep.
Council, I am,
So, just to follow up on Councilor Drew, I'm trying to pass an ordinance tonight to hold the citizens of Methuen accountable. We can't even hold the company accountable for it. It's really hard for me.
Regarding an app, we're trying our best to work on tightening up a system that has kind of gotten away from us for some time. And so, you know, here's the thing. I share your frustration. I think that there is a lot more that we need to be expecting from Harvey. We are, of course, working on trying to hash out the future of that program, quite possibly with a completely new vendor, who, of course, we would expect high standards from. There have been many challenges with Harvey. There are some things that they do well. There are other things that we are struggling with and continue to struggle with. However, one thing that I want to caution us against doing is expecting a broken system that has been broken for a long, long time to be fixed just like that overnight, and to expect perfection. I would love to have quite literally every aspect of that program fixed immediately. But at the same time, it's important to keep in mind that we're doing the very best we can with limited resources. We have a new sanitation coordinator who quite literally is meant to live and breathe this program on a host of fronts, holding the vendor accountable, but also working with the vendor and better understanding how their operations fit in with meeting our needs and ways that that can be improved. Again, Karina is out there working hard, building, in essence, elements of a program that should have been built in years past, but they weren't. Here we are working on fixing that, and while, again, I would love for everything to be perfect, we're getting there. And I appreciate, of course, the diligence and tenaciousness of this conversation and of the questions. There's more to do, a lot more to do. We have to hold Harvey to a higher standard. And what I can say is that we'll continue to share updates on the progress that we're making. I'll mention that what is helpful with the list of requests from the council is that you're giving us, in effect, a roadmap. You're outlining the various areas that you want to see the city, the vendor, improve in terms of performance. And so, I don't have immediate quick fixes to every problem tonight, but let's keep having the conversation. Let's keep holding the vendor accountable and doing what we can to try to make it better day by day, and we're trying.
Councilor Samar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, I agree with my two councilors, and I don't blame you, Mayor, and again, it would take a cattle prod, but since day one, back in, I think, 2020, when we first went with Harvey, it's been the same thing, broken promises, and what can we do except expect them to collect our trash, which they do. So we're held hostage every contract, things never change, and if we do, get rid of them, and then we're stuck, and who's going to pick up our trash? So we do got to address that in the future. And again, it's broken promises. I'm hoping Karina Papalaro can maybe use that cattle prod to make him do the app, but don't hold your breath.
I want to mention one other thing, too. As part of this whole process, one of the things that I do is I look to people who have subject matter expertise in particular areas. For instance, I did not come into the mayor's office as an expert on trash, right? I've never worked for a trash company. I've never actually driven around in a truck and picked up trash myself. So there's a lot of industry expertise that I do not possess, but at the same time, I think it's important to go to those who do. And something that I've heard time and time again is that we could switch vendors tomorrow. Cities and towns, not just in Massachusetts, but probably in every state in the country, they have issues. No trash program is perfect. That's something that I've heard loud and clear. And so even if we have certain issues addressed that are on our list, there very well could be other issues that come up. And so I think it is important for us to be diligent and continue to keep after the accountability piece for sure. But just keep in mind that if the standard is perfection or anything close to it, we are likely to be disappointed, and that's why we have to keep on it from an accountability perspective.
Before I give you the floor, Counselor, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if you're aware, but AI can really help them build this app. Nowadays, it should be really much easier. I mean, you can ask Lewis to do something for them and send it over and see if they can adopt it, and maybe they give us a discount. But I'm going to make a recommendation to you, not telling you how to run your office or anything, but these requests of counselors, if your chief of staff could grab that list and help you with them, some of these items, because I can feel and I say but the counselors' frustrations when things come back over and over again. And I think that's what builds up in these conversations, and it takes us, because then you have to over-explain, come back, and not apologize, but kind of apologize for some of these companies. So I'm just making a recommendation, if you could have some help from your chief of staff with that, and maybe some of these items can get off the list. With that being said, we're almost at 8 o'clock, and we haven't moved on with approving contracts. We have a huge constellation. So if we can, and I know these are important requests, counselors, but I'm just asking you to the point, and let's move on.
I'll try to rein in the hot air that I'm adding to the room.
Thank you.
And be quick. So 9/11 Memorial Service, of course, we're coming up on the 25th anniversary, as we've discussed with Councilor DeZoglia, and I know Councilor Drew's chimed in as well. So we typically have our memorial service at the fire station, which is right near the bridge. There are some good ideas floating around about ways that we could potentially up our game in terms of a recognition for specifically the 25th anniversary of the attacks, and so we'll follow up on that. Regarding boards and commission appointments and reappointments, I am able to provide the council with a rundown of where we're at on that front. We have made significant progress in the context of bringing appointments up to speed. There are numerous inaccuracies on the website. So there are people who are serving current terms. In fact, some have been very recently reappointed. We just have to work on getting that updated so we can have that full list ready to go for the next meeting. But in the meantime, we'll get with our website team and make sure that's updated. I have nothing new regarding the depot, given everything else that we've been dealing with. Just hasn't been high on the list, but we can certainly discuss it. And I think I actually got through the whole list. Happy to answer additional questions, but at the same time, I don't want to take up any more of your time.
Yes, Mr. Solicitor.
I do have an update on the depot, so I just want you to know that I did have a meeting with Economic Development, Inspectional Services, and the historical folks to discuss the depot, to see what we can try to do cooperatively with the owner to try to address that situation. I don't have any solutions for you yet, but I just want you to know that we are working on that. As to the ownership, it definitely is the private owner's property. It doesn't mean we won't try to work cooperatively to, make those repairs happen in a way that makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Solicitor. And counselors, there is an error on the agenda. We put something on there twice, so my apologies. All right, we're moving along. Public service. A public service grant 301043582, Temple Drive, Westgate Circle, Jewel Circle, National Grid will replace the existing direct buried cable with a conduit system. I need a motion to remove from the table.
So moved.
Motion by Councilor Drew, seconded by Councilor Pesch. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. On the main motion, public service grant 301043582 on Temple Drive. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second. Motion by Councilor Drew, seconded by Councilor Valley. Discussion. The gentleman from National Grid is in front of us at the podium. If you would like to present, whatever you'd like to say.
Do I have to? Okay. My name is Alec Birdsong. I'm here to represent National Grid in this matter. The address is 1101 Turnpike Street in North Andover. The work is just to upgrade the conduit system for the URD that's there. And I think the last concern from the last meeting was the curb-to-curb cut. And that's something that we can do for those 4 locations. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other further questions, concerns, comments? We love when you're efficient like that. You come and you give us what we need, you look at the meeting, thank you. So I'm going to go to vote if there's no further questions. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you for your time this evening. All right. Yeah. Licenses, none. Contracts, C27-6, Tech Inc., 282 Merrimack Street, second floor, Lawrence, Mass. 01843, FY 2026, FY 2027, paving program, construction administration services, working with DPW, $190,000. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second. Motion by Counselor DeZoglio, seconded by Counselor Valley. Any comments, questions, concerns? Counselor Marsan.
I just have a question, I don't know, to the mayor. Did Tech write the scope of services? Or no? So we send out for a proposal for an RFP. It looks like Tech writes their own scope of service? Or did we write the scope of service? It just seems like they wrote it. It's on their letterhead. And I know what they do for us, you know what I mean? They do all of our engineering work and all of our stuff. It just seems that we should be writing our own scope of service to them, and then they bid on it, or at least price it that way. I don't know.
How are you?
I don't know if anyone else
today?
sees the same thing that I see, that it looks like Tech wrote the scope.
So I think that comes from the RFP, but I'll let the deputy discuss.
Yeah, I could talk real quick about the proposal. So I emailed TEC. They done work in the city in the past, and I just said I need somebody to oversee the construction for the road program that we have here in the city. I need it for like approximately 10 months to a year, and I give them a list of streets that we're going to be working on. So then they just send me the proposal. That's what I got from them.
Counselor?
I'm good.
You satisfied? Okay.
I just made my point. It's just, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions, comments? Seeing none? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. Motion carries. Next contract. C27-7 Water Safety Service, Inc., Walnut Hill Park, Woburn, Mass. 01801, backflow prevention device testing and cross-connection program for 1 year plus 2 year, 1 year extension for the water treatment plant FY 2027, $42,627, 560 summer times 39, 553 winter times 39. First extension of FY 2028 is 45,825. 560 summer times 39, 533 winter times 45. Subject to operation, second extension FY 2029, 49,185. 560 summer times 45, 533 winter times 45. Subject to operation, total $137,637. Motion to approve. Motion by Councilor Pesch, seconded by Councilor Santos. Comments, questions, concerns from this body? Councilor Drew. Is that to?
I believe it would go to the DPW. I'm not 100% sure.
Who deals with the water treatment, Mr. Mayor? Is it DPW? Yes.
All right. So I guess my questions, and I'm pretty well versed in backflow prevention. Is this just testing and reporting and no fixing if anything doesn't work? So that's what I'm reading in here. Who's responsible for fixing them if something like comes back failed?
So from my understanding of it, if something is wrong, then we will try to do it in-house. But if it's out of our expertise, then we'll solicit quotes for it.
So this contract is literally just for surveying all of the backflow preventers, doing a test, and supplying a report.
Correct, and this is mandatory per, excuse me, the drinking water regulation, so we have to have this.
Yeah. Now, as for the devices that fail, who's tracking those and who's going to be responsible to make sure that they get fixed? Is that on just the water department? Who's that?
It'll be with the water distribution. So when we distribute water, we have a good division when it comes to the water distribution. They'll try to take care of it. And again, if it's something out of our league, then we'll get help.
All right, and this is just all the backflow preventers in all the municipal buildings, ball fields, things like that for irrigation?
Yes.
So that every one of them is accounted for. Now, are any of these in school buildings, or is this just city buildings?
I would say this is all city infrastructure. I'm not really too sure. I mean, I'm sure it will be city building, not within the building, but connected towards the building.
Okay.
Yeah.
So these are all the backflows. Okay.
Counselor DeZoglio.
So I might have just like missed that. So if something fails, so you guys will do it in-house, but like what happens if a pot fails? So will the company, this company will give us the pots to do it in-house, or do we have to pay for the pots to do it in-house? That's what I'm...
So if it's something small, we the water division, they know how to fix certain things that happen. So if it's something small, we already have those parts. If it's something really big, something that we haven't really handled, then of course we will try to get a vendor. We'll go out to bid.
Wait, so we would, sorry, Madam Chair, through you. So we would have to go out to bid to fix what these guys might have messed up?
No, they're not messing anything up. They're here to detect something that might be wrong. They're not fixing, they're not like gonna
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Counselor Marsan.
Thank you. Doesn't the heading say this is for the water treatment plant? Doesn't say all facilities. It just says the heading right on page 1 is for the water treatment plant. Not schools, not buildings, not anyone, not private companies. It says for the water treatment.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it, right?
It's the water treatment plant, but water treatment plant also works with distribution as well. So they work hand in hand, but for the most part, we'll be at the water treatment plant.
And it is just for municipal buildings. It's just for municipal buildings. That's what this contract is for.
One second. Megan, do you want to come and help us with this? She's the acting superintendent at the water treatment plant.
Hello. So the contract says, it says in the heading, it says for the water treatment plant. That's what this contract is for, not any other building.
Program is held at the water treatment plant. We have a cross-connection coordinator. The contract is for all the backflow prevention devices in the distribution system in the city, whether that be public or private.
So it is private, right?
Public and private.
Mr. Garcia just said it was public, only public when Councilor Drew was.
So if the device fails, the same person that tests the device cannot perform the repair. So if it was a public device, we would fix it in-house. If it was a private company that failed, they would have to go out and get their own third party to make the repair or replace the device. And then our contractor for cross-connection would retest the device.
Okay, I accept the answer. So it is for all the private businesses that have backflow preventers on.
Yes, as well as ongoing surveying.
Just looking for clarification because it contradicts.
It's a required program by
It is,
DEP. It's for everyone. It's designed to root out people who don't have backflow preventers on their equipment, both private, corporate, and city buildings too, but primarily private and corporate. And they fix those violations themselves, not part of this contract.
It's good to know.
So I do understand the program, it's just that's not what was being said when the questions were asked. I do understand that businesses, restaurants, all the people they have backflow preventers, and we have to make sure that they're working properly. If they don't work, they have to fix that preventer.
That's correct.
I understand. Thank you.
The
Madam
mayor
Chair.
wanted to state something.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to mention, I think that some of the confusion, generally speaking, seems to stem from the fact that, in essence, anybody, whether you're a part of a city building, private residence, private business, if you're turning on the faucet and obtaining water, you're getting it from ultimately water that is processed through the water treatment plant. And so I think that that potentially could, that nuance there, trying to explain it. But in the context of what we're doing tonight, as the solicitor mentioned, this is standard and something that's required. But I think that that could potentially lead to some of the questions about the title of the contract here that we have on the agenda. Everything ultimately goes through the plan itself. Does that make sense?
Okay. Can I ask a question? It's on topic, but a little remote. And thank you for coming this evening.
You're welcome.
So would this be something that would have fallen under, like, you know how we've talked about water district? Would this go into that, or would it stay with the city? I'm just curious.
So in terms of just that offhand discussion that we've been having about.
Would that have come to us?
Yeah.
If we had a water district, or would have gone to that committee? Let's say that that existed. And I
That
guess,
would ultimately, I think, depend on the makeup of, if we were to go the water district route, which I believe at actually at one point the city may have had in the past.
So Methuen had that years ago, and it would, I mean, if you have a full enterprise system with its own commissioners, then it would be a self-contained system. We don't have that here anymore. It's now completely integrated with the city. So,
okay. Madam Capo.
I just wanted to follow up really quickly. I think one of the questions that came up was about tracking these, like what's found and stuff. Part of this contract is a software, part of this program is using their software to track invoice, mail, all of that stuff is included in this contract as part of the program.
Like an app.
I'm sorry?
Like an app.
Perhaps.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Okay, guys, I'm going to the vote if there's no further questions.
Just one quick question. So if some of these are being tested by businesses, are we assessing the businesses that money? So if it says there's like a $39 charge to test a backflow preventer, are we, say, Joe's Pizza House has a backflow preventer that has to be tested, are we putting that on their water bill, that they have an assessment from the city for the testing of their backflow preventer?
So my understanding is that we are required to test them, but if there is either not one there or it's not working, they are then assessed and have to fix it themselves, and then we'll come in and retest as part of this program.
She's coming back.
So the business themselves is invoiced, so they're billed for the test. So it's $39 per test.
Okay, so we're approving this to to be able to go do this, and then they send them a bill,
Yes,
and we recoup the money.
yes.
Okay.
It gets added to their water account.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Look at that. Okay. Any other further questions, concerns, or comments? I'm going to vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. We're moving on. All right. C27-8, Holland Company, Inc., 153 Howland Avenue, Adams, Mass. 01220. Aluminum sulfate, 50% AWWA-B-403, latest. Delivered in bulk to the water treatment plant, $150,000, $1.78 per gallon. Can I get a motion?
Second.
Motion by Councilor Marsan, seconded by Councilor DeZoglio. Comments, questions, concerns? Councilor Drill.
She may want to just come back up for this one. My question, I guess, is, are these maximum contract values? So if we go under the amount of usage that's gone, do we just not use that amount of chemical?
That's correct.
And we would just see that money fall back in, and we wouldn't expend the amount, so these are just maximum that we're expecting?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. C 27-9, Borden and Remington Corp., 63 Water Street, P.O. Box 2573, Fall River, Mass. 02722, sodium hypochlorite, 15% solution, 3,000 gallons, delivered to the water treatment plant for $90,000 at 0.1509 per wet pound. Can I get a motion? Motion by Counselor Pesh, seconded by Counselor Drew. Questions, comments, concerns? Counselor Drew.
Same question. This is a maximum contract, and we're only charged per the amount that's used.
Yes, all the chemical contracts on the agenda tonight are the maximum.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. All right, no other questions, comments? Counselor Santos.
This is just a point of information. I don't know if Mayor or the CAFO should be able to answer my question. But isn't this supposed to be taken care of by our water department? All the services that we just mentioned right here.
So every year at around the same time, we go out to vendors for these various chemicals for the water treatment plant. Of course, we don't produce them in-house, and so that necessitates us going out and relying on vendors to provide them to us each year. And it's funded through the chemicals line in the budget. Gavel, my name.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, it is paid for by the water department through the enterprise fund, but the contract still needs to be processed through the council.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk, motion carries. Contract C 27-10, Energy Source LLC, 37 Thurber Boulevard, Suite 101 in Smithfield, Rhode Island, 02917, Energy Conservation Project through National Grid and Eversource Project Expedited Program as an authorized under MGL Chapter 25-A, Section 16, for undertaking weatherization measures, including insulation treatment at attic space at Methuen North End Fire Station for the sum of $25,221. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Pesh, seconded by Counselor Santos. Question, comments, or concerns? Counselor Marsan.
Thank you. So we have two contracts here tonight for the North End Station, one's for the roof and one's for insulation. I guess the first question is, can we make sure that they do the roof, if we approve it tonight, to do the roof first? Because if they're going to be taking roof decking off, roof sheathing off, it might interfere with the insulation, that's the spray foam insulation that's being done. We should be cognizant of that so that we do it in the proper order.
That's a request. Can I have the chief come? Thank you for being here this evening. Did you heard what Counselor Marsan was requesting?
So when this was, I believe the installation is part of a grant that was approved for green energy.
It is.
So it's part of the mini splits and all that. So when they brought this forward to me, I said the roof at the north end needs to be replaced because it leaks. We've had some minor repairs done to it. So that's where that second contract coming in. This is all going to be done together because, you know, if you don't fix the roof when you have the installation, then we'll run into other issues. So yes, this is all going to be done together. I believe it's going to be starting in September if it gets approved tonight.
But just to make, just to make sure that we do the roofing first, right? That's all before the spray foam, because it seems like we're doing the roof line, with spray foam, right? We're doing the roof line to create the whole envelope with spray foam. So if they're going to take roof decking off, it's going to...
Yeah, they're going to, you know, that's the plan, is to strip and re-shingle so that we don't have leaks when they do the installation project.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
So any other questions, comments, concerns? You know, that's the beauty of having expertise on this body, because I would have said, what can you do right away? What can you do right away? I'll give Counselor Drew the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my question would go to the CAFO. What's the term and the annual repayment on the on-bill financing of this?
So I believe those would come, but similar to what happened at the last meeting, you would see those separately, that the way that contract would read would come to you as a separate contract. So we don't have those terms yet.
Okay, so we wouldn't get that, and then, I mean, how quickly are we expecting to see the energy savings substantially offset the expenditure?
We'll have to get that from Joe, I don't know.
Okay.
Counselor Drew, could you repeat the question for me, for my knowledge? I'm sorry.
Just
how
asking-
How quick what?
How quickly they'll receive the renewal of the amount of money we're going to expend? How quickly will we see that actually pay for itself?
Okay.
The savings.
Yeah. Right. Caught me off guard. I wasn't sure what
Yeah, no, I'm
Sometimes I
just,
get in the mode and I didn't see it.
I just make notes in case when I call you and ask you what do you want on the agenda, I kind of can. Okay. All right. Thank you. Madam Caffel, if you send an email, that saves me a conversation. If you send him that answer in a quick email?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Any other further questions, discussions, concerns? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk? Congratulations. So you don't have anything else tonight, do you? I think the next
I don't know if
one.
you're going to have questions on the roof next.
Okay, all right. C 2712 Providence Capital Network, 8022 Providence Road, Suite 500, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28277. Financing for 1045 Education Edition. Did I skip something? Yes. I did. All right. All right. Thank you, because I know I have questions on that one. Thank you, Madam Vice. C 2711. Corolla Contracting, Inc., 15 Bates Avenue in Winthrop, Mass. 02152. Shingle roof replacement for North End Fire Station at 250 House Street, Methuen, Mass. $37,130. Motion by Councilor Marsan,
Second.
seconded by Councilor DeZoglio. Question, comments, concerns? Councilor Marsan.
One more concern, if you can follow up, whoever's going to watch the job, that if they truly are insulating the roof line, like it says, they shouldn't put a roof vent on it. They should get clarification on that, that they shouldn't cut in. The roof doesn't need to breathe anymore when you do the roof line. So before they put that on, and cut the vent in, and just, if we can get clarification on that before we do it, that's all. Okay. It's very simple.
Perfect. Question, comments, concerns? Counselor Drew.
Just one quick one. So there's no other roof lines or anything? This is going to be a complete roof on this whole thing, or is there more
Yes.
scope coming? That's it?
No, it's just one pitched roof, that's it.
Sounds
No
good.
valleys, there's a chimney, but
Thank you.
All right, great. Question, comments, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Chief, for being here. C 27-12, Providence Capital Network, 8022 Providence Road, Suite 500, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28277. Financing for 1,045 Education Edition Chromebooks and licenses. It's an annual payment of $124,358. The lease term is 48 months. Lease interest rate is 4.98%. The lease type is a tax-exempt lease purchase at $1 buyout. Payment frequency is annual. Motion to approve. Motion by Councilor Marsan, seconded by Councilor Santos. Questions, comments, concerns from the body? Councilor Drew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Caffo, what are we borrowing money at what rate? I know that this contract's 4.98. I mean, we borrow it at a higher interest rate. Why are we leasing and not just CIP?
So the reason why we changed over, we've been doing the leases for the Chromebooks and iPads for multiple years now, and they fund by graduation year. So we'll lease something for 4 years because at the high school, that's how long they'll be at school. So once one drops off, another comes on. So we've been doing it. That was actually a recommendation by the state when we were in state oversight. That was a good way to be able to turn around on a standard 4-year basis while being able to afford that every 4 years, if you know what I mean, as opposed to buying them outright and then the value of them after the 4 years is not quite there. So it was a way that they thought would be the best way to do it. And with school departments, you're able to do those leases, those types of leases, with council approval.
Okay, makes sense.
Anything further? No. Questions, comments, concerns? I have a question for the superintendent.
Sure.
So I had called our IT department in my confusion of prepping for this. And I asked them questions on his contract. Obviously, he gave me some feedback and was amicable to, said this is what it is, right? For the quality that we need to get. And he explained to me why it doesn't make sense to do other things. Then it dawned on me, your IT director has never come in front of the body for any of these items. I know we have 2 tonight. So I'm going to formally ask you if when these items come in front of us, I am happy that you're here. Thank you so much. But, some questions that I asked him, remember, we never merged IT departments. I think that if they were in front of us, it could show us value. And when you guys argue why you have your own. Does that make sense?
Sure, absolutely.
So that's a request, and I just wanted to formally do that. Councilor DeZoglio.
Thank you, Madam. I might have not heard. Oh, sorry, Madam Chair. I might have not heard you correctly, but you also said the IT department said it didn't make sense.
He concurred with everything in the contract, saying that it is what it is, and explained to me. But in that conversation, he basically said, it really falls under the school. So that's when it triggered me to say I should have called their IT director for my questions. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, because I was going to say, and the Madam Superintendent could correct me if I'm wrong, the licenses that we get, if it goes through the school department, we get a benefit from it. If it was to go under the city, we wouldn't get those same licenses or the prices for those licenses, correct?
Right, through E-rate, we're eligible for that.
Yeah, so I just want that also clarified, because some people say why isn't the city involved in these contracts? It's because the licensure that we had to fall into the school department. So, thank you.
That makes sense. But that proves to the point of the value of showing.
Yeah, it was more for the public, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any other further questions? Yes, Councilor Drew.
I'll be quick. Since you brought it up, what is the $117,000 for the service agreement on this for? Just what do they actually cover? If we have an internal IT department that's troubleshooting and doing all of this.
We're looking at the Chromebooks, or you're looking at the Apple?
I'm looking at the 2712, yeah. So it's broken down, service agreement, $117,249 for the service agreement. So the Chromebooks are $312,000, the license is $33,000. Service agreement is $117,250.
So we have a nice system where we have some student interns as part of an externship through our CTE department that help take apart broken Chromebooks, harvest for parts, and then help us rebuild. We have students in the summer who do that as well. And we have been having success with repairing on our own. However, when we do have a substantial repair where we would need to send out or to get a replacement part, which is something beyond replacing keys, for instance, that would cover that there. So this is what we find to be most effective. A few years ago, we tried to insure each device for a certain amount, and that ended up being a nightmare. We went through that third party because we had to package, send out, and there was a long lead time to get the device back. So it was really not fruitful for educational purposes. And so we found that the system is best.
Okay, thank you.
All right, great. Any other further comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. That motion carries. Okay, C27-13, Apple Financial Services, 8377 East Hartford Drive, Suite 115, Scottsdale, Arizona, 85255, class of 2030, financing of 550 iPads, Apple Care, SCDM ducts, Ultra cases. Annual payment, $63,016.85. It's a lease for 48 months. Lease rate factor, 1.90%. 4-year total of $244,722.50. I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor DeZoglio, seconded by Counselor Santos. Comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none? Oh, Madam Caffel.
So I actually provided an updated cover sheet for this because the amounts that are on the agenda are not accurate.
I did see that.
So I just want to make sure that when the vote's taken, that the appropriate amounts are what's being approved.
Okay, so did I read a number wrong? Because I didn't update my sheet. Would you like to correct?
And I'm sorry, I'm not sure which numbers you said, but the amount of the annual payment, hold on, where is it right now?
The new amount for the annual payment should be $62,918.59. And I believe that's because the interest rate changed from when we had first gone out for pricing. It actually dropped.
Yes, so it's less than. And then the total amount as well has changed. And that is, instead of that, in my opinion, instead of voting for a total 4-year total of $244, that's actually only the principal amount. And I would suggest that the council approve the full amount that's going to be purchased. That includes interest. So that's the 251 number that's on the adjusted page that I provided. That's my opinion.
Okay, could you read that number as you sent it over? Because I don't have it in front of me.
Give me 1 second.
If any of the counselors could, okay, we got it.
Oh, you do?
251,674.36. Yeah, because I have the old one. I still have the old one. Okay, thank you, madam. Let's see this way if we have you. Okay. Questions, comments, concerns, anything else? No?
Do we have to amend it because on our original agenda, it shows the 244, and we should amend it to make that, just to be appropriate?
Sure.
Motion to amend to $251,674.36.
So moved.
So moved. Can I ask you to do both numbers at once? Is that possible? Can you take it back and bring me, because the superintendent gave us the first number that was 62, that was changed as well.
Sure.
Did you grab that?
Make the amendment to change the annual payment from $63,016.85 to $62,918.59, from the total of 4 years at $244,722.50 to a new total of $251,674.36.
Seconded by Counselor Samard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Motion carries. Thank you, Madam Caffel, for correcting that. We're going to vote on the main motion. Thank you, Madam Vice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent, for being here this evening. C27-14, International Dioxide, 40 Whitecap Drive, North Kingston, Rhode Island, 02852, sodium chloride, 2.85% solution for 1,500 gallons, delivered to the water treatment plant for $70,000 at 82 cents per wet pound. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Pesh, seconded by Counselor Drew. Questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. Motion carries. Thank you. C2715, Beta Group, Inc., 315 Norwood Park South, second floor, Norwood, Mass., 02062, engineering services for pavement management, $88,650,000. I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Santos. Seconded by Vice Chair Pesh. Question, comments, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. Motion carries. C27-16, Beta Group, Inc., 315 Norwood Park South, second floor, Norwood, Mass., 02062, engineering services for sidewalk and curb ramp inventory, ADA compliance plan, $42,900. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Counselor Pesh, seconded by Counselor Santos. Question, comments, concerns?
Just one, Madam.
Yes.
To the mayor, I know we do not have like an ADA coordinator anymore, but we do. Was it supposed to be brought to the council for approval?
No. So our new as ADA coordinator is actually sitting right here, Deputy Director Garcia.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought by the rules of the council that it was supposed to be approved by the council. Through you, Madam Chair, to the solicitor, am I wrong?
I don't believe it has to be approved by the council, but I'll check for you. I think it was, I think Gene Walsh was serving in that role.
So Gene Walsh had been serving in that capacity, and then we had Sandy Almonte, and now we have Deputy Director Garcia.
Okay, that's disregard my question because I was going to ask. Okay, perfect.
Okay. So, Councilor Samard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Reference to that, can we make a slight change to the our website, if we don't mind? Thank you.
Yeah. And so, as we all know, we will receive an email in regards to ADA coordination. So we want to make sure that make sure that we cover whatever is for that to be your role. I'm sure you're more than qualified. But my question always comes to this: more things to do, more assignments. Are you getting a stipend for that, Mr. Mayor?
It was in the fiscal year 27 budget.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, well, congratulations. Now we know who to call, because you will get called. Thank you. All right, so where are we? So I have a question, Councilor Santos.
I just have a question. I don't know who'll be able to answer it. Maybe, I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
Felix Garcia.
Felix. Is there any way we can get like a list of the streets that are going to be worked on when we get these contracts in front of us?
Yes, I could provide. You're talking about the contract in front of you, like for the road assessment, or?
Yeah, any contract that has to do with payment or any sidewalk being done, so that we can have an idea. Okay, so these areas are gonna get worked on.
Okay, absolutely, yeah. So any projects that we had that are specific, I'll definitely provide the locations and the lengths.
Thank you.
Of the portion that we're working on.
Okay. Clarification on that to her question. Isn't that like a fluid list? It could change?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Isn't it a fluid list? Like sometimes it changes who's on that list? When you do this engineering contract, does that list change? Like you can bring something in front of me, but it could change. Yes or no? Like.
In terms of, I'm sorry, I'm trying, like.
So this is a contract for them to do the engineering services on the streets that you're going to pave.
No, so this is for the whole city. So let's say, for example, the first one, the pavement management, they're gonna go throughout the whole city, and they're gonna drive, and they have LiDAR
this
detectors.
is the truck. So
Yes.
Now that we're on the truck conversation, the truck unaccepted committee, make sure it has AI, because last time it went through streets that didn't exist. Remember that we talked about that?
So for this one, we asked them that we also want to include streets that are unaccepted, so we could have data on them, at least have some information, see where the level of deterioration.
Okay, so that's a good clarification. Thank you so much.
So actually, if I could chime in, so ultimately this is going to help us with GIS mapping.
Correct,
and the
for
like.
GIS, all that. They're gonna help us with. So they're gonna assess the streets. They're gonna give us the level of deterioration, but they're gonna provide this in GIS. So with our GIS specialist, we're gonna update what we have and make corrections too at the same time.
And speaking of AI, so this is something that we have an ongoing conversation. We can actually follow up on this separately, Deputy Director, but we've been in touch with companies like Civil, CYVL, and that is actually an AI company that has some level of integration with the beta program, and they're able to provide various things like something that I think is really neat, like a transparency dashboard for all things paving and sidewalks, and utilizes AI software in conjunction with this. So that's something that we remain engaged about as a possible avenue going forward, and a great opportunity to loop in AI.
Good opportunity for you to loop in Mr. Welch, remember?
Correct.
On
Yeah.
that.
So I heard him during public participation. So I'll definitely work with him, make some corrections to the list that I had posted online, and I also want to say for the second contract is for the sidewalks. So we're also going to be assessing the sidewalks, what we have for curb reveal, what the level of deterioration, what materials we have. Is it asphalt? Is it concrete? Is it granite curbing? Is it asphalt? All that stuff we're going to have. And then that's going to help us better plan for future projects so that we can also group. It makes more sense to work at this neighborhood because there's a school nearby. There's no sidewalks. Maybe we should introduce some sidewalks. So it's just better planning for the city.
Excellent. Councilor DeZabrio.
With that being said, I would like the two plans between concrete and asphalt sidewalks. Because like I said, I've been actually talking to more constituents, and the more I complain about it, they're agreeing with me.
Yeah.
Invest in the city and invest in long term than the short term. So I'm going to keep advocating for it.
All right. Any further questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. C2716, Beta Group, Inc., 315 Norwood Park South, second floor, Norwood, Mass. 02062, engineering services for sidewalk and curb ramp inventory. ADA compliance plan, $42,900. Can I get a motion to approve? So moved. Motion by Councilor Santos, seconded by Councilor Samard. Discussion, comments, or concerns? Seeing none, all those, oops, did I just do that one? I did the first one, which was the streets.
17.
Oh my God. I need another cookie. I'm sorry. Thank you. So we voted on that one, the 42,900? You sure? Yes. Councilor Samard, you seconded this. You sure?
16.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So we're on C2717.
Correct.
ESO Solutions, Inc., 115000 Altera Parkway, Suite 100, Austin, Texas, 78758. ESC Software, EHR Fax, Fire Incidents, ESO Fire Bundle, and HER CAD integrations for $27,071.28. Can I get a motion to approve? So moved. Second, motion by Councilor Pesch, seconded by Councilor Santos. Comments, questions, concerns from the body? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. Motion carried. Contract carries. C27-18, Systems Electrical Services, Inc., 5 Wesley Street, Chelsea, Mass. 02150. Installation of LED lights at MHS Stadium Lower Turf Field for $169,000. Motion to approve. So moved. Motion by Councilor Santos, seconded by Councilor Pesch. Comments, questions, concerns? Yes, Councilor Marsan.
Is this just for the labor to install them, or where, right, we already own the lights?
Yeah, so we own the lights. This is just for the installation.
Correct. Thank you.
When I Google turf and Methuen, your name comes up, just so you know. Okay. Any other questions, comments, and concerns? No? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. Motion carries. C2719, Cara Soft Technology Corp., 11493 Sunset Hills Road, Suite 100, Reston, VA 20190. First platform for cloud-based occupancy of inspection software renewal purchase through Combis Contract ITS 60 for $31,133.77. Motion to approve? So moved. By Councilor Pesch, seconded by Councilor Santos. Comments, questions, concern from the body. Councilor Drew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask the fire chief to come to the podium. Chief Toto, we just approved a different contract for a different software. Does this software and the other software, they integrate together?
They do. The first one you voted on through ESO is what we do our report writing on, ambulance reports as well as fire reports. This one is the software for our scheduling, our inspections, pre-planning. It does a responder app as well. So this is just they do talk together. There's a third system for CAD, but that's not on the agenda.
Okay, is there any overlapping of the functionality or any just help with any duplicity in inputs and data or anything?
They're different, but they do work together. They all integrate together. But
So we're not doing like double data entry and adding more work. It should be seamless. Okay, thank you.
Yep. We use them now currently. It's just a renewal of the contract.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? None. I use that system a lot. It's actually pretty good because I have to schedule inspections on there for homes and stuff, so. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. Motion carries. C 2720, Univar 200 Dean Severs Place, Morrisville, PA 19067, sodium hydroxide. Is it caustic soda, 50% solution, 4,000 gallons, delivered to the water treatment plant, $90,000 at 16 cents per wet pound, or I should say 1,681 per wet pound. Motion to approve. So moved by Counselor Drews, seconded by Counselor DeZoglio. Comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. That motion carries. Contract 2721, D&J Landscaping, P.O. Box 233, Merrimack, Mass. 01860. Landscaping maintenance for 3 parks, Charles Street, Osgood Street, and Gray Court for $86,658 for 3-year contract and can be extended for 2 additional 1-year extensions, option to renew. The city shall retain sole discretion in exercising the options of renewal. I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Santos, seconded by? Second. Counselor McLaren. Comments, questions, concerns? Counselor Marsan.
Just to the mayor. So it says this was awarded with competitive bids. We don't have any other bids that came in with this? Was there any Methuen businesses that bid on this? Do we know? You know, I don't know if these were the only ones, but I want to know.
Not that I'm aware, but we can confirm that. I'm 99% sure that that's not the case. But just to provide some additional clarity, just because it's not entirely clear on the cover sheet and the actual title itself. So when they refer to Osgood Street, obviously that's Riverwalk Park, more commonly known as Riverwalk Park, over by, of course, where the gazebo is. But then Charles Street, it's referring to, in essence, the War Memorial, just up here from City Hall, and then, of course, Gray Court, just to clarify. But my understanding is that there's no Methuen companies that had responded to this particular bid.
I only asked because there have been in the past, right? One of the vendor we used to use to cut these parks was a Methuen-based company. That's why I just didn't see any other bids in here. Thank you. I'm good.
Okay. Were they just, I guess that's not. Counselor, did you have something? Counselor Santos, I'm sorry. You did raise your hand.
To Mr. Mayor, I have a question. Why are we outsourcing services, landscaping services, when it was under my assumption that DPW was to take care of the parks? Plus, we just recently purchased a lawnmower at the beginning of the year for like $300,000. So I just don't understand.
So,
Can you please give me some clarification on that?
sure. So, for instance, if you go up to Gray Court, there's quite a bit of space there that needs landscaping on top of the fact that, you know, we are already relying on DPW for our city parks, like on Milk Street, Riverside Park over on the west end of the city. We've also asked them to step up their work at the schools. And so to have them also be spending time up at Gray Court, for instance, which is, you know, quite a bit of space up there, you know, it's a lot to ask of DPW, given the fact that, sure, we have the mowers and the like, but at the same time, they're limited in terms of available people to tackle all of these different facilities all, on an ongoing basis. And so this is helping us keep up and not have, I guess some of the more aesthetic things, like, for instance, the War Memorial falling into landscaping disrepair, so to speak, while we're trying to keep up with everything else. And so I think that historically, if I'm not mistaken, these are areas that we've outsourced in the past, especially Gray Court. So this is mostly a continuation of what we've done previously, with the caveat, of course, that perhaps there had been a Methuen-based organization that had worked with us previously. That's really the main difference.
All right, Counselor?
Would it be cheaper if we just open a new position in DPW to get the work done?
We plausibly could do something like that to add additional capacity, but at the same time, the thing to keep in mind about Gray Court is that it's used quite frequently for various city events and the like, and if you go up there, you'll see that there's just so much ground to cover in the context of landscaping, given everything else that DPW is doing. It's just a logistical challenge.
Meanie. Counselor DeZaglia.
Just more clarity of it. I know right now parks are down to like 3 people this whole summer. I know that from them doing stuff for me, but I get what Councilor Santos is saying, but we cut their budget this year. We agreed to that, but I do believe that, like I said it at those budget hearings, we need to be adding more, because eventually, as we see now, we're outsourcing. Another solution we could do, and I know it's people that look at me, and the sheriff's department offers workers all the time to get in their hours. Have we capitalized on work instead of outsourcing, using our sheriff's department for their landscaping services as well? I know people think it's a little unethical, but it's free in some capacity, and we should be doing that when they've asked us to offer those services to us. So I'm just wondering if the mayor has reached out to the sheriff's department.
So we go to the sheriff's department for help with cleaning up graffiti around the city. They also come and tackle litter issues along, for instance, the ramps that lead to various highways. We, however, have not asked the sheriff's department to send inmates to landscape Gray Court State Park.
Counselor Drew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, this isn't just a contract that just handles labor of mowing grass. It looks like it covers soil testing, fertilization 2 times a year, liming, weed control, slice and seed is needed. So this is also, there's product that's involved with this, so it's not just strictly labor. So yes, $30,000 per year is a lot, but that wouldn't go straightly into, from what, just reading it into it, it would be for labor costs that put anybody else on. We would still have to incur those costs. My main question goes to, call me cynical, who is going to who's going to inspect and document the failures before we renew, if there is any, and what measurable maintenance standards will determine the acceptable performance? Because it's really tough to say. It doesn't say anything in the contract. Who is that person that's going to do that? Document and keep that on track.
Yeah, that would be DPW.
Okay, so then DPW would just have something they're going to track that's going to say they did all these, they met their, every month they went and did their mowing and they did their seeding and they did their aeration on every one of those, and they'll track that before we have and pick up the options for the 4th and 5th year?
Yeah, we'll task DPW with that.
Madam Chair, I'd like to recognize Felix.
I'm sorry. I received
Nope, totally understand.
a text message regarding
Yep.
my situation.
So to answer your question, Councilor Drew, so for this particular contract, we will have the environmental division superintendent oversee this contract, exchange numbers with the vendor, and then we call them as needed. And they'll come, they'll do their work, and then, they'll come frequently. And then that's about it. So yeah, so it'll be Mark Jordan that'll be taking care of this contract.
Okay, can we ask them to just make sure we track when they come and all of that? Because we may come and ask before the renewal for that backup.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Great. Counselor DeZoglio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mayor, you said the Sheriff's Department picks up graffiti, but then in the contract it says graffiti removal. So why are they cleaning when we could come take that off the contract and have the Sheriff's Department come in and clean up the graffiti? Just whatever saves money.
I could help with that. I can answer that. So I think sometimes we put things in the contract, and let's say for paving, sometimes I'll put a line item. It may not be that we have that, but just in case if it pops up. So for example, with the graffiti. So let's say if the Sheriff's Department is not available or they don't have bodies at a particular time, but we have to remove the graffiti as soon as possible. Let's say something offensive. So we're not going to wait for the Sheriff's Department. We'll do it. So that's why we have that item there.
And it's like not an extra charge, it's just kind of something they throw in for us, like once in a while, or we pay for that service? I'm just learning more.
It's in the contract, so they will have to come in and take care of it.
Okay, fair enough.
No more? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Moving along.
No.
You were no? I'm going to take a roll call. Take that back. Madam Clerk, you guys got to speak up or grab a cookie because we need the vote. We need the sound. What?
Counselor Valley.
Yes.
Counselor DeZoglio.
Yes.
Counselor Drew.
Yes.
Counselor McLaren.
Yes.
Counselor Masson.
Yes.
Counselor Pesh.
Yes.
Counselor Santos.
No.
Counselor Samad.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes.
8 yes, 1 no.
So motion carries with the 1 no. Thank you, Madam Clerk. C 27-22.
We move that one.
We removed it to the end. Okay, thank you. We moved D as well. Okay, so C 27-23. Train US Inc., 4833 White Bear Parkway, White Bear Lake, Minnesota, 55110. Marsh Grammar School. That was a correction there. Was this the one with the correction, or was that? Are you asking?
I'm so sorry. I neglected to recall that the Constellations agreement had been moved. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
They just moved it to the.
Yeah.
Okay.
My apologies.
Yeah. No worries. I saw you. Okay, so where were we? Marsh Grammar School, 3 rooftop AHUs replaced with new train performance climate changer. AHUs, $399,402. There was something that the CAFO sent over. Was it this one? There was an error on the title at the school. It was supposed to say not the Marsh, Methuen.
So that was in the actual resolution to repurpose it. So yes, it's related, but not this specific item.
Okay, so this is fine.
This is fine.
Okay. Motion to approve.
Almost. So moved.
Motion by Counselor Marsan, seconded by Counselor Drew. Questions, comments, concerns? Counselor Marsan.
Again, for the mayor, it says we're doing 3 air handlers, AHUs. It doesn't tell us what they are, what size they are. Are we replacing same, or are we upgrading? Are they insufficient what we're doing now? They don't perform properly? I know they're old, but, if it's a 30,000 BTU unit now and we're upgrading to a 40 or a 50, that's all. We're doing 3 of them, and just a clarification, because it doesn't say anything.
Yeah, I can chime in and then pass it off to the superintendent. So you may recall back in the middle of winter, we had that incident at the Marsh. By replacing those air handlers now, this will help us to avoid, heaven forbid, a repeat of what happened at the Marsh. the superintendent can clarify any additional details, but the thinking is that it's critical enough of a project to get ahead of the winter that we are in the process also, you'll see on the agenda, we're repurposing some of that CIP money to go from the high school water heater project to this, just given the urgency of these replacements so that we can avoid the unfortunate incident that happened in the middle of the winter. The superintendent can chime in.
So I agree that we need to replace them. I'm just asking what they are, which ones. So they're trained models, but are we replacing in kind? Is the question.
I can't hear very well.
So are we replacing in kind? Like if they're the BTUs, the size of the units, I don't know if you would know that, are we replacing what's there with new, just what's there?
Yes, they had been, as the mayor noted, further down on the CIP, and then that was what was damaged, which caused us to have to cancel school, which made us leapfrog the high school project. So they're old, so they're an upgrade in that they're newer in their efficiency, but I don't believe that we're moving to a larger model, just a replacement.
It just doesn't say anywhere in the contract what the person is supplying. That's all. So it's not, we're approving a contract for 3 air handlers, but I can't see where it says what size air handlers we're approving. Can you just put in, do you have a comment? Madam, does it say it? I looked at it twice and I couldn't find where it said it, but, and as long as somebody's on top of it, that's all. We just got to make sure that we're replacing it with what is there so that.
So on page, actually, you know what, it's not specifically noted as to the page number overall, but it's after the OSHA compliance certification. You'll see the start of the rundown of the products provided by Train, and in effect it outlines replacement of the existing air handler units, and it outlines in essence, the specifications that are provided by Train, but whether those are precisely like-for-like replacements or something perhaps a little larger, we're replacing older equipment, and so there could be perhaps variations in size and the like, but the outlines as provided by Train are on that page, just to clarify.
Right, it says what caliber they are, a MERV 8, so it does say that on page 1 of 3 of their proposal from Train. It just doesn't, just to be careful that we get what we want to get. That's also, we're approving it to make sure we're getting the same BTU size. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Okay, so that's a valid concern, right? But I guess my question is to the superintendent. Once we approve this, it is what's here, right? So, I mean, can they come back and, like, what's the leeway? I don't know if the solicitor can answer this or you answer this. Like, we're approving this as it is without that specification. And let me ask you this first. If we table this, does that delay you? What does it do for you guys?
It would. I could follow up with the specificity that you're looking for. Train has been with us all summer. We've had a number of improvement projects at the Marsh that we're trying to execute before school starts, and we have students back in the building. And so they have procured these. They're ready to install them. With your approval, we're ready to go and then have them move on their way.
So I'd like to not table it unless the solicitor has something to say about legality. I would just want to, if you can just make sure and just send a quick memo to say that you're comfortable with what we're doing. I don't want to delay it because we need the air handlers. We need the heat. We need it.
So Counselor, my question to you is, would you like to ask for a request to be added to this, to be able to vote on it this evening?
Well, so all I would say is, I mean, there are specifications in here. It looks like they're buying equipment off of a GSA list. On the next page, the one that we were looking at a minute ago, it talks about pricing by special item numbers, and it identifies 2 of them. We don't have that list, but I mean, they appear to be identified products. So, to me, it appears as if they're just replacing these existing ASU 315 and 16 with this comparable product that's, the new product. So
I know our staff has been working closely with them, and so I'm confident that what they have is what we need.
Okay.
Happy to follow up.
So I know you have a new business manager, correct?
He started today.
Oh,
so
great.
I'm here.
That's,
But he'll soon be on the roof at the marsh this week. Also
okay,
looking at the air
good,
handlers.
good. So, you know, setting him up for success, if we could let him know these expertise are here, make sure that when these come in front of him, he really, identifies that these questions may come up, and, all right. So if any further questions, comments, concerns? By the way, this work has not been started, this one?
No, they've been working on other projects. It's the same company though, so they're already in a workflow.
All right, thank you. Questions, comments, concerns? All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk, on C 27-23. Thank you, Superintendent. All right. I'm going on to other officers and committee reports. Any of you have?
I do have a committee report.
Okay, Counselor Valley.
Get my
The
notes.
floor is yours. And then anybody else?
The Unaccepted Way Committee met on July 21st at 11 a.m. We discussed Jade Street acceptance request, and we determined that they need to go through the process, like file the application, get the inspection done by DPW, and get all the legal paperwork and all that. Also, we discussed the status of roadway jurisdiction corrections, which is Whitney Street correction of accepted by the city, and Whitney Court correction to unaccepted by city. Also, we request the legal opinion from the city solicitor regarding the process for initiating the betterments for residents seeking acceptance of an unaccepted way, including applicable legal requirements, procedures, and how betterment assessment will be calculated and apportioned among property owners. And this is what we saw today in the agenda, which is the requested administration and the DPW and the IT and legal department to develop and publish a dedicated unaccepted waste webpage that includes a printable application, step-by-step instructions for requesting acceptance of the unaccepted way. They require documentation, betterment information, estimated timelines, and frequently asked questions and instructions for submitting the completed application. So basically that was all.
Okay. Thank you, Chair of Unaccepted Ways. The mayor has reached out, and I mentioned that I'm a member of that committee, by the way. I reached out on that, I said on that committee meeting, and Director Garcia is part of that committee too, where the mayor is collaborating with that committee currently to help us transition some of these unaccepted ways. And so I thank him and the solicitor's office, because it is a very tedious assignment. So thank you for that. All right, so no further officers or committee reports. Unfinished business. What time is it right now? Because it's 9:10. I can fly through these, or you want a 2-minute break? Bathroom stop. Because I've been saying, yep. I need a motion if that's what you want. If not,
Motion for a 2-minute bathroom break.
okay. Motion by Counselor Drew, seconded by Counselor DeZoglio. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous? We'll be back in 2 minutes. There's only 2 bathroom guys. to the Methuen City Council regular meeting agenda. It's Monday, August 10th, 2026. Again, 9:18 at the Great Hall here in Methuen in the Sears Building. Madam Clerk, if you could please take the roll.
Sure. Counselor Valley. Here. Counselor DiZoglio.
Present.
Counselor Drew.
Here.
Counselor McLaren.
Present.
Counselor Marsan.
Here.
Counselor Pesh.
Present.
Counselor Santos.
Here.
Counselor Samad.
Here.
And Chair Soto.
Present. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, guys, back to business. We are on unfinished business resolutions. TR 26-67 as amended, a resolution declaring the Pleasant Valley School property, 180 Pleasant Valley Street, parcel ID number 110978E-45, in the city of Methuen as surplus property, and authorizing the same for the sale and redevelopment. I need a motion to approve. The motion is amended.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Counselor Santos, seconded by Counselor Drew. Any comments, questions, concerns? This is a second time this item comes in front of us. Seeing none, I wanted to thank the mayor for the change that was done on the valuation. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. That property has been surplused. TR 26-68, a resolution declaring the Courier School property at 36 Boylston Street, parcel ID number 914-10563, in the city of Methuen as a surplus property, and authorizing the same for the sale and redevelopment. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Drew, seconded by Counselor Santos. Question, comments, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. I'm going to take
You want a roll call?
I like a roll call when they do a no. Sorry. Yeah, thank you.
Counselor Valley.
Yes.
Counselor DiZoglio.
Yes.
Counselor Drew.
Yes.
Counselor McLaren. Yes. Counselor Marsan.
Yes.
Counselor Pesh.
Yes.
Counselor Santos. No. Counselor Samad.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes, motion carries with one no. Thank you, 8-1. A resolution authorizing acceptance of $15,795.31 for fiscal year 2027. Commonwealth of Massachusetts State 911 Department Training Grant. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Drew, seconded by Counselor Pesh. Comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. That resolution carries. TR 26-73, a resolution declaring the property at 30 Railroad Street, parcel ID 716-14-16-16.
Point of order, Madam Chair, you skipped
I did?
26-70.
I did?
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So I'm going back, TR 26-70, resolution authorizing the acceptance of a $168,186.09 for the fiscal year 2027 Commonwealth of Massachusetts 911 Department Training Grant. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Drew, seconded by Counselor Pesh. Questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk, motion carries. Now, TR 26-73, resolution declaring the property at 30 Railroad Street, parcel ID number 716-14-16 in the city of Methuen as surplus property and authorizing the same for the sale and redevelopment. Motion to approve.
So moved.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Drew, seconded by Counselor Santos. Any comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. That motion carries. TR 26-74, resolution transferring funds from Edwin J. Castle Fund to the Methuen Literacy Project at the Nevins Library and Methuen Public School, CTE Early Childhood Care. Motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a question. Okay, there's a motion from Counselor Drew, seconded by Counselor Santos. We're in discussion. What's the amount on my thing. I don't have it on.
I believe it's $10,000.
Okay. I should say that. I should. Because it's not on my, my main page.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
So this is going to cover a portion of the Methuen Literacy Partnership program, and the plan is to bring the remaining amount required to facilitate the program to the council first meeting in September.
Okay, so it's $10,000 right now, correct? All right. So we're in discussion. Any other questions? No? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk, that motion carries. Okay. Now, we moved I want to make sure that I'm doing this right. We moved C2722 to after this line item, or is it at the end?
It's after new business, TR 2677.
Okay, because I put it under 74. Okay, thank you for that. So that's, after 77, he said TR 26. Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure. 27-22. Woof. So way to go. All right. Ordinances. TO 26-18, ordinance to amend section 8-5 of the municipal code of the city of Methuen to increase ambulance rates and charges and establish new lift assist fee. Motion to approve by Councilor Pesh, seconded by Councilor Drew. Comments, questions, concerns?
Just a comment for the public to reiterate what we said at the last meeting. This is not a fine on residents. If you have a problem, please call the fire department. This is more of something that has to deal with the businesses that utilize the fire department for lifts. So this is not going on to any resident. Please be sure if you fall or hurt yourself, call the fire department.
Great PSA, public announcement. All right. Motion to approve, all those in favor, if there's no further discussion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. TO 26-16, an ordinance amending section 9-52 trash and recyclables collection of the Methuen Municipal Code, sponsored by Councilor Ryan DeZoglio. I need a motion to remove this from the table.
So moved.
If you feel that you're ready to do this.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Drew, seconded by Councilor DeZoglio.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I'm voting on the removal. Let me get through the yes or no. And if that passes, we'll go into the main motion. Thank you. All those in favor for the removal?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous.
So last meeting.
On the main motion.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay, I know we're
Move to
excited and
accept.
ready to go.
Second.
Councilor DeZoglio. All those in favor on the main motion to discuss this?
Aye.
Okay, we're in discussion. Go ahead.
Am I good now?
Yeah, we're good. All those in favor?
Last meeting, there were concerns about the fees, additional penalties. So in section K, I know everybody got a copy today. If not, you got emailed it. Me and Haley sat down and we looked up 8-7 of the Methuen Municipal Code and we added that in. So at the end of section K, it says failure to pay. Failure to pay the fees for additional barrels associated with section F of this ordinance and penalties associated with section J of this ordinance within 30 days may be subject to any additional fees, costs of interest as authorized by the applicable law. Failure to pay within 6 months of insurance will result in penalty amount plus any permissible fees and interest to be added to the address tax property bill in accordance with section 8-7 of the Methuen Municipal Code. So we went in, so it's all applying to that. It's under state law too. So there should be no more concerns about that part because we just followed our municipal code. Other than that, I've gone over this, and so I'm
Okay. Thank you for that explanation, Counselor. Counselor Santos, or you have a question?
Yes, so one of my concerns about this ordinance is that even though the public housing was here today, there was no specification when they're going to be starting to take care of their trash.
Okay.
Aside of, we don't have an agreement from them, aside of a suggestion when should they start taking care of it.
Okay, so in regards to this, are you saying that because they fall under a contract as well as our residents, and we're fining our residents, you're asking what their fines are gonna be? Mm-hmm. Because they're under us? Because you don't fine a dumpster the way you fine a barrel? Is that, because I'm trying to grasp around this conversation, because that is valid. Mm-hmm. What other dumpsters do we pay for with, public dollars right now, Mr. Mayor? I don't think you might have that roster, but we know that that's being paid. That was clarified. So are you saying that the counselor should consider looking at this since they're under, because if you saw the picture that I sent, counselors, I believe I did share with the council, there is dumping happening there, and that's a cost to us. So if we're gonna fine our residents, we have to treat everyone equally. I know, Counselor, you've been trying to get this through the cross line, and I don't want you to see this as a deterrent, but I can understand what the counselor's saying. So with that on the table, would you like to discuss?
Yeah. So this ordinance, when it was set up for the trash program, it was more for double-deckers, single-family homes. That's what I got from this, and then that's why we went through this and fixed those sections of the ordinance. Now, if we want to go after the public housing and businesses portion of it, that could be a separate thing we could work on as the ordinances together. But this was specifically to fix the trash program that was broken with the barrel system that we have, and single families and double deckers that are overfilling their trash barrels. And so I'm not saying there's more to it, but this is the sections we worked on.
Okay.
So I think if people are concerned, let's pass this portion of it, because then the mayor could work on the process in place, because they don't have a process. They're kind of doing a process right now that they're just trying to fix. This is their guidance of what we are expecting from them, and then we can work on the housing part of it. But if we're gonna keep stalling.
Well, I hear you, because I have resolution guys that have been stalled, so I feel it. And it's, it's part of this business. Yeah. So the solicitor, and then I'm going to the vice.
So I was just going to say, you can certainly just amend the statute later on to address that issue. I would say this is a redraft of an existing ordinance that's already in place right now, and so the changes that Councilor DeZoglio has made are not, hugely deviating from what's already there. And I would note that the definition of what constitutes commercial or business waste is anything over 5 units. So I think the housing authority is probably over 5 units, but anyway, so that's an issue that's going to have to be addressed separately from this ordinance, and whatever way you decide. I know there was opinions both ways, either all in or all out, and it may go either way, obviously, but I think it can be addressed adequately with another resolution or ordinance change at a later time.
Okay, that's good to hear. Councilor Drew?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I apologize. Oh.
Yeah, it's okay. You can go. Oh, she gave you the floor.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I tend to lean towards what Councilor DeZoglio is saying, that he's been doing this. I think we need to push this. Let's stop kicking the can. Let's get this through. Like the solicitor suggested, let's come back and amend after this is in place when it comes to dumpsters and commercial. I think trying to get some of this, as the mayor alluded to, there's a broken system and a broken program that we need to try to put some guardrails in place. And I think Councilor DeZoglio has done a lot of work on this. And I think it puts some good guardrails in place for the community to allow us to help not just find people, but to ensure that the program is being utilized properly.
Councilor Pesh.
Thank you. I have a suggestion and a concern, and I'll defer to the solicitor for the suggestion, but I was going to say maybe we can just add to the title of this ordinance something at the end that says, as it relates to barrels. No? And then later supplement it with something else. Because to the solicitor's point, I would agree that, you know, commercial business use dumpsters and the like is probably a very different implementation than this will be. My concern, however, and I know Councilor DiZoglio reached out to me and we had this discussion, it's not really with this ordinance. I think we need this ordinance. I think it's unfortunate that we've gotten so behind on so much and we keep trying to come up with these ideas to fix it, but it really just opens up another can of worms every time we do that. So I think this is a step in the right direction. My concern is with those extra barrels. I don't believe that we have a grasp on how many are out there. I don't believe that we have a grasp on who exactly has them, and I don't think we ever will. I actually don't think there's a very good way from this point where we stand right now to actually figure that out. So I'm wondering, I guess, now that we have our trash czar, for lack of a better word, maybe it would be something, you know, I'm hoping almost like the way we do city house assessments and building assessments, right? Like you don't do spot assessments, but if something comes up or routinely we check specific, you know, houses or multifamilies to see how many barrels they have and have a recording of those. So we're not going out and trying to find people who have multiple barrels, but I guarantee that in our efforts to implement this ordinance, it will come up that we will find houses, multifamilies with several barrels. So my concern and suggestion is that once we find those, we identify them and we start a working database of who has what. Because we're behind everything right now.
Yes.
So actually, while I was doing my live podcast, someone suggested that we do a barrel census. Send out a census possibility to residents to see how many barrels they have at their house. Now, again, we're basing it on an ornery system. Someone could just say, I have one when they have two.
So that defaults back to what I'm suggesting, right? So, you know, I think we probably have something in the system.
Yeah.
We know everybody has at least one, right? And I'm sure we have some, I'm hoping, paper trail of requests for a second, maybe. So it's just like filling in that list.
Sorry, Madam Chair. So as the mayor will say, we have a list of people with extra ballots, like 1,336 roughly, if I'm correct. So out of those 1,336, like I was saying earlier today, 41% of them have paid, or 42%. So the question is now, once we pass this ordinance, they have guidelines now that they need to follow to make sure that money is being returned to us. Where next year, when they come and they ask for free cash, we can sit there and say, well, wait a minute, Mr. Mayor, we had guidelines in place for you. Did you fulfill them? And then we could sit here and have legitimate arguments. But again, in the past, where they've had a broken system, these counselors had to look at everybody and go, well, sorry, we have to give it to them because they really didn't have a plan in place. So that's what these guidelines are for next year as well.
Yeah, and the last comment I want the public to understand, because while it doesn't seem like a big deal to request and own and have a second barrel, especially when you're talking about an average family size, let's say of 2 kids or 3 kids, right? I understand that these families need a second barrel, but they have to understand that when we structured this originally, and it wasn't this council necessarily, but 1 barrel is included with your tax dollars, right? We lose on every single extra barrel that's up there, yes? It's a loss to the city. And it is just piling up. So I just hope the taxpayers understand that we're just trying to like break even here, right? So that the rest of the taxpayers aren't absorbing that extra cost.
But also, sorry, through you, Madam Chair. Also for like Councilor Marsan that paid his barrel fee, there are people out there that are not paying their barrel fees. Now, again, I'm not saying that they didn't get the email and there's a mistake. There might be a small percentage of that, but there are people that know they have to pay their extra barrels. They do, and they're not paying their extra barrels. Okay, yeah, so for this extra barrel, I'm gonna say there might be people that are not doing it on purpose, but we can't also admit that there are people out there that might know that they have to pay it, but because they haven't taken away their barrel yet, they're not paying it. So there might be a small percentage.
We know there's some.
Yeah.
Okay. The mayor wanted to say something, and then...
No, he doesn't.
Oh, he doesn't? Okay, good. All right. I'm going to say, I like the fact that there was a fee of $250, and that was put set to a yearly fee. That's going to be separate? Okay.
Madam point of information, inside this ordinance, it says that we vote on it.
Yes,
every
I saw
year.
that. That was my thing. I like that change. Yeah.
We don't finalize the fee, we vote on the fee.
We vote on the fee. My other question was, and I didn't see the part where, is it a committee that's going to do these fines? Like a hearing?
There will be a hearing if people appeal their fines. Yep.
And that's done through DPW or?
No, we'll do it through legal.
Legal?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
the old ordinance, the DPW director was in
That's right.
charge. We took that out because
Yeah.
Pat Bauer's too busy managing DPW and being the engineer. He does not have time to do appeals.
We have so much time. We'll make it work.
I would disagree,
We'll make
but
it work.
okay. Counselor Drew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On this, to reference the barrel fee as discussed, that was an assumption that was figured in the revenues of the budgets this year. So the longer we keep pushing this, is the longer the mayor can't push that next resolution through to put that in place. So the revenues that was the assumption of the revenues that we approved in the budget are further and further down. So again, I feel like we need to just get this through so that he can get on to the next step of this so that we can continue down that path.
Are you moving the question, Counselor?
I am moving the question.
Okay.
You moving the question.
He just,
moved the
Privilege motion, no
it's a privilege
discussion.
motion. You need to second that.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Valley. I'm going to take a roll call on this ordinance just because, and we're going to.
Ready?
Yeah.
Council Valley.
You're voting.
Yes.
Councilor DiZoglio.
I'm gonna vote no because this is my ordinance, and if people want to discuss it more, they have the right to, so I'm
Okay.
gonna vote no.
Yes.
This is just to move the question to go to vote, okay?
Councilor Drew.
Yes.
Councilor McLaren. Yes. Councilor Marsan.
Yes.
Councilor Pesh.
Yes.
Councilor Santos.
Yes.
Councilor Samad.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes.
8-1.
Okay. So now, all those in favor for this ordinance?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Motion carries. Madam Clerk, unanimously. Congratulations, Counselor. All right. Counselor Santos, if you want to work on that with the counselor, that's a project you guys could do on the commercial conversation and loop in the mayor, my recommendation. Okay, we're moving on. That was TO 2616, right? We're going on to new business. Look at that. TR 2675, resolution amend the city, Methuen's traffic rules and regulations to require that parking be allowed only on the even number side of Elmwood Road, sponsored by Councilor DiZoglio, and he's requesting an EPA as well. So I'll take a motion to approve the resolution by Counselor Pesh,
Second.
seconded by Counselor DiZoglio. If you'd like the floor.
I'm gonna actually call Chief Moore up to explain.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening. It's like it's your first day on the job. Yeah.
Yeah,
How
late
are
in
you?
the evening, too. Hit me when I'm not at my sharpest. I worked on this with Chief McNamara, and it came through the Traffic Division, through Council DiZoglio. I see no issue with this because the fire hydrants are open. That street is narrow, and by moving it, the traffic and the parking to one side, it'll eliminate that congestion for fire apparatus. So I would recommend that this be approved.
Thank you,
You're welcome.
Chief. Any questions, comments, concerns? Counselor Drew.
Thank you. So we know the even side is going to have more spots for people to park versus the odd. Just want to clarify why we chose the even versus the odd.
Say that again. My hearing is challenged at this point.
Just want to clarify why we went even versus odd. Are there more parking spots available for the residents on the even side than there are on the odd side?
I'm not sure about that. I know mostly it has to do with the hydrants. So to get them on one side, avoiding the hydrants. That's basically it.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Counselor, was that aye? Yes. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any opposed? No. Unanimous, Madam Clerk, motion carries. On the EPA,
Motion?
motion by Counselor Drew to approve the EPA on TR 2675, seconded by Counselor Pesh. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Counselor Samard, his usual no on EPAs, that's his usual. All right, motion carries, Counselor, congratulations. Okay. TR 26-76, a resolution to abandon the balance of FY 26 capital improvement plan related to the Methuen High School water heater project, transfer of $295,500 of the remaining funds borrowed for such project to pay the cost of the Marsh School air handler replacement project. There's an EPA also. This is a request by the mayor and the CAFO, and I'll give them, after the motion is approved, the floor. Motion by Counselor Drew, seconded by Counselor Pesh. Discussion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This measure would simply make that tweak to the CIP and move the funding from the water heater project at the high school to the air handler replacement project at the Marsh. It requires this formal vote from the council to make that adjustment to provide for the funding.
Okay. Anything from the CAFO?
So this is the one that you had mentioned earlier. So the language that's posted on the agenda, the language of the resolution is fine and doesn't need to change. But in the resolution where it says be it ordered, there on the third line, it says to pay costs of aspects of replacing the Marsh boilers. That should say the MHS water heaters. So just that one change.
Motion to amend the third line where it says Marsh boilers into the Methuen High School water heaters.
Thank you, Counselor. There's a motion on the floor. I need a second, guys. Seconded by Counselor Pesh. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous on that. Thank you, Counselor. Now we're on the main motion. Any questions, comments, concerns to the mayor and CAFO? I'm going to go to Counselor Marison. I'll come back to you.
I'll ask it to Councilor Drew. Did the water heaters fix themselves at the high school? Like, how come they're not a priority anymore? That's
So,
it's not,
no.
not sarcastic. I'm just trying to say why they're not an emergency anymore. That's all.
Well, so they were on the CIP for repair. Certainly, we need to get to it. But in terms of timing and need, it's certainly more important to elevate this in terms of priority. And of course, with the CIP, there's only so much money going around in the pie. And so this is simply a reprioritization of those funds. We'll still need to get to the project at the high school. But at this point, it's not at the level of priority as the air handlers.
Once we redo this, now they're not even in any CIP, correct? The water heaters, they're gone. If they happen to, blow tomorrow, right, then I know we have to fix it, but, right, and we'll deal with that, but now they're not even in any CIP anymore, because we're taking it out and they...
We would come back with some type of revision
Right.
maybe to the future
An emergency
CIP.
measure.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Counselor Drew, I think you were second to Marsan. Counselor Marsan.
No, I was just going to ask,
The
how
same?
the water heaters fix themselves. but
Okay.
That was all.
All right, so if there's no further questions, comments, or concerns, I'll go to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. And on the EPA,
So moved.
for TR 26-76, I have a motion from Counselor Drew, seconded by Counselor Marsan. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. The resolution carries. TR 2677, a resolution to appropriate funds in the amount of, that's what Counselor Drew said earlier. Should we do one before the other? So we're doing 77. We're going to do 77 first and then 20.
We do TR 2677, and then we go to the contract if 77 moves.
Okay, the CAFO's nodding yes, so we'll do that first. TR 2677, a resolution to appropriate funds in the amount of $2,555,280 from the General Stabilization Fund to the FY27 General Fund, Methuen Public School expenditures line for the purchase and implementation of Constellation's behavioral service program. There's an EPA requested on this by the mayor. I need a motion on the main resolution.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Pesh, seconded by Counselor Drew. I'm in discussion. Counselor Marsan.
Just let it be known, I'm going to leave the room. I have a direct family member that's in this program.
Thank you for the disclosure, Counselor. You may exit the chamber. I appreciate that. All right. So, can you close that door? Just to make sure it's valid. Yeah, he'll come back out that way. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So, for the record, Counselor Marsan recused himself, and thank you, disclosed. All right, I'm in discussion, right? I'm in discussion. Who wants to, anything?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think all of us have seen a lot of information that's come across on this. Every year, we sit here and we talk about how are we going to fix the school system? How are we going to help mitigate our risk, handle the costs, and try to bring some more things in? With this program, it just, to me, after speaking with the superintendent and asking all the questions that were asked, we asked them who's going to be responsible for this, who is going to be the point person to this matter, everything. And to me, the return on investment to this in the long term, the 18 to 24 months, is something that I think we need to invest in. And this is an investment. Because right now, yes, it's coming out of our stabilization and it's going to deplete funds. But in the long term, if we don't do something like this, next year we're going to be standing here with everybody yelling at us because we're cutting 150 teachers. And I ran for office because I cared about what was going on in our schools, and I was one of those people who was yelling about, we're cutting teachers, we can't do this, we need to do better. We need to find a way to get out of this vicious cycle. And I have a lot of faith in what's going on with the administration in implementing this because of all of the requests that I asked them and all the information they were happy to give me. I would want to make one small tweak to it.
To the resolution?
To the resolution.
Okay.
Only just for reporting reasons, to come back to the council for reports so that we have some oversight into what comes in. Because we are appropriating it. I'm just trying to find it here.
Counselor, do you want to do that recommendation now, or did you want to see if
We
anybody?
can let others speak,
Okay,
and then I'll get into the recommendation
Can I come
at the
back
end.
to you? Okay.
Thank you.
Counselor DeZoglio.
I just want to say, being on school committee, and we've supported this in the past, but also as an educator, I know how important this is to our school system. as transportation going up. Our state rep was just bringing that up the other day about how transportation costs are going up, special educations are going up, and we need to start investing things in this city, and good investments. And I'm going to put my being an educator, I'm voting yes because I know this is going to be good for the city of Methuen. So that's all I have to say.
I think Counselor Samard had something to say.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in favor of it. I've spoken to a few experts within the schools. I know that the superintendent's here and a representative from the Stepping Stone Group. If they wanted to speak, I'd yield my time or allow them to speak.
Just wanted to mention briefly, there is a presentation that we can hand out.
Yep.
This is relative to the actual company that we're contracting with, not
Okay.
necessarily the funding, but at the same time, I think to an extent it's all one and the same simply because this is the funding
Okay.
mechanism.
So my question, are we going into like a 10, 15-minute presentation right now?
I could do it in 6.
Okay, that works for me.
Okay.
I also want to acknowledge that the school committee's here. I want to thank them for showing up this evening. And if it's not a not disrespecting you, Superintendent, if they can approach the podium in case there's questions to them as the body, is that if they feel comfortable to stand with you just in case? I think reading the room and from the questions that we received, I think that, and I'm probably getting ahead of myself, but I think the body is amicable in passing this forward. They're excited to see something change, right? So
I appreciate that. Thank you.
They say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And this is actually the one thing that says we're not doing the same thing over and over. So
Exactly.
yeah.
So I'll provide an overview. We certainly have our school committee members, who I'm sure would be happy to answer questions as well. And Rachel Duffy is here with me from Constellations Group, Stepping Stones, who would serve as our direct point person for the project. Are you able to see the screen?
Not yet, but we'll.
We have handouts.
Yeah, we have the handout.
Okay. I plugged in. Not sure what to do beyond that, so I'll just speak through it. So essentially, we're thinking about our Pathways program at the Marsh, which is our sub-separate programming for students with autism who have intensive learning and behavioral needs. And the reason why we thought this was a great place to focus is because over the last 4 years, we've seen some consistency in terms of the number of students coming in as kindergartners into this program. So we're slated to have 27 incoming kindergartners in this program for the coming year. In the previous 3 years, we were around 25. So this is a population or profile of student that we're seeing as being a stable and perhaps trending need. So we thought that it was wise to try to address what we could do in-house instead of potentially needing to send those students out of district. So a big part of this program is that we utilize applied behavior analysis, or ABA. These students engage in systematic instruction. We're really trying to meet their unique needs while also focusing on functional communication, behavioral supports, teaching academics, of course, but equipping students with the essential skills for effective communication and self-regulation. And we also try to be as inclusive as possible and provide opportunities for our students to engage with peers and also with our families. And we feel as though a change is needed because just in the 24-25 school year, we had 15 students from this program be placed out of district, meaning that we were found to not be able to meet their needs in-house. And coming up on this school year, we're looking at 17 students. So those 17 students who would otherwise be in this program The tuitions alone would cost $2.47 million, so not even including transportation. So we understand that it's very important for our families to feel confident in the programming that we're providing. Many families do not wish for their students to get on a bus or van ride that's potentially double, triple the time that it would take them to get to school normally. And we want to provide a higher quality education for our students while building that trust within our families. So we're looking at the collaborative classroom model and how we can strengthen our own programming in a relatively short amount of time so that students who fit this profile, who matriculate to the Marsh Grammar School, will be able to stay in-house and we can meet their needs. And that's where Constellations comes in. So we're looking at a 1-year intensive support where we would have staff in 13 of our lower school pathways sub-separate classrooms. And we are targeting the lower school because we're seeing those needs go up. In the upper school, our students are generally satisfied with the programming that we're providing. So we're trying to build up with those case students. And with this collaborative classroom model, we're looking at building training for our staff. So first and foremost, having models in the classroom for our staff every single day, demonstrating how to handle unique and potentially challenging situations, broadening their toolbox, so to speak, in terms of the strategies that they could use, while at the same time taking a closer look at our individualized programming and our data collection efforts. So while we are documenting frequently and often within that program now, it's really important to know not only what should we be documenting, but what should we do with this data and information, and how can that lead to programmatic changes that are for the betterment of the student. And so that's what we're looking for this partnership to do. Another goal we have is to reduce challenging behaviors by leaning into proactive strategies with positive reinforcement and creating formal professional development opportunities for our staff. And that would be including our paraprofessionals, our program assistants, as well as our teaching staff, our SEAs, our special education administrators, all the staff that work with our students in this program and beyond would receive that formalized and consistent professional development. So the idea would be in the following year, we would have that year of training under our belt, our leaders would have the additional training, and we'd be able to afford to bring in Constellations on more of a consultancy level to help support and guide what we're doing, so that in year 3, we're able to fly on our own, train new staff as they come in, if we happen to lose staff due to attrition. But that is a very important piece that I'd like to highlight, is not just the tracking of the data and the strategies and the PD, but formalizing how we're operating as a program and making sure that that's optimal for both students, parents, and staff as well. And we certainly are building toward a consistent and sustainable model for success. So some of the tools that come with the formalization of the program would be those monitoring tools, data collection systems, templates, fidelity monitoring tools, bi-monthly program progress reports, leadership and collaboration oversight, but really delving into the needs of the students in the IEP process. And so in terms of the outcomes of what we're hoping to gain from all this is simply a better product for our students and families, but also our staff is going to have an enriching experience through all this professional development. We're likely to retain staff at a higher degree, increase the family's confidence in what we're able to provide them with, and ultimately come up with a program where we are able to meet the needs of our incoming students in this Pathways program rather than needing to look elsewhere. So a clarification is The students that are currently out of district who have been placed out of this program, if we were to create this program and have a really stable model that we believe in, they would not necessarily all be mandated to come back. The students would have the right, now that they've been out of district, to remain there, to be fair to the student and family. Although we do know that there are some families who would be eager for the opportunity to avoid the lengthy commute to come back in district. But really what we're doing is creating a preventative model, so students who are coming in as kindergartners, we're able to meet their needs all the way up. And once we build this model, we do expect that we'd be able to replicate it. Another area would be with our high school students or our transitions program. And similarly, these are opportunities that other districts are seeking too. Not only is it costly to the district to place our students out of district, but there's often waiting lists, and we could have students waiting to have their needs met. Whereas if we're able to provide it in-house, we eliminate that barrier to their education. Also, down the line, we're talking about near 3, there's the potential to offer extended day programming, which would be potentially on a tuition basis, to offer summer programming, to provide that full complement of instruction and support for services that our students need. So currently there are a few districts in the Commonwealth who do tuition students in from other districts. Haverhill is one of them for particular profiles of students, and that would be something that we would be looking to build down the road. So why would that be attractive to other districts as opposed to other placements? Arguably, we'd be more cost competitive. It would be a shorter commute. We could offer the consistency all the way up through their educational career. And we will say that I think the mayor alluded to it earlier, the classrooms that Constellations has worked in the past couple of years, all of those students have stayed in district, and they are meeting their targets in terms of their growth and academic development at a really rapid pace. So Ms. Bozak, who's our Assistant Superintendent of Student Services, regrets that she wasn't able to make it today. She is out of town. But she did share with me that of those classrooms where we did have a touch point with Constellations, I believe there are 290 targets met in terms of students' progress. And so we're very confident in Constellations from Stepping Stones, as they also have worked in other comparable communities to ours and school districts as well.
Great. Thank you for that. You changed your hair.
Little trim.
Yeah, it looks good.
Thank you.
Okay. Counselors, before I come back, I have a legal question, if it's okay. I have school committee here, and I know with the mayor at the table, we may have a quorum, so I can ask, okay.
It's fine.
All right, because I do have a question, and I can ask you, Superintendent. Yeah. This has been brought up before, the Constellations program.
It has.
And a previous committee didn't support it. So my question to you is, it was unanimous now from the body, correct? When they voted? Mm-hmm. I guess in your opinion, or what changed? That it wasn't supported before and you see the massive support now? I know we have new members, but I'm just, it's interesting to me.
I think the committee is really invested in finding unique ways to prevent budgetary challenges late in the game. So we're trying to be creative as possible, and we're out of a lot of options. And I think this is a calculated risk. I understand that it is it's a significant amount of money, as are the tuitions that we're paying. So I think not only is it a way to reduce our costs and potentially bring in additional funding, but more importantly, we're providing our students with a better quality education.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent is spot on in her response, but to expand a little further, the main challenge that we've had has been the issue of funding. and the funding source in particular. And so in years past, there has been a recommendation by the school administration. Member Keegan, back in the day, was a strong advocate as well. And, Dr. Kwong at the time had initially included an investment in constellations as part of a hoped-for inclusion in the budget. But the challenge, as we can see, is that not only are we factoring into the school budget now these, frankly, outrageous out-of-district tuitions. Granted, we have a moral and legal obligation to send students to receive the services they need, but the cost of that is just, frankly, obscene. And so that cost continues to rise. So in years past, this has been something that's been a desire, but to factor $2.5 roughly million into the budget on top of already paying those out-of-district tuitions, that is simply untenable, of course. And so now here we are reaching completely outside of the school budget, going to a one-time funding source to make this investment with the goal of having a more transformative change, a reform structurally of the system, as Member Baez has alluded to as well, with the thought of generating additional ongoing structural savings by bringing a lot of these services in-house. And so, frankly, the challenge up until this point has been, my gosh, there's no funding source for it on top of everything else. And so tonight, we would be making a very intentional decision to take an extraordinary measure in order to allow for this major investment that otherwise has been impossible up until now. And I just want to mention something as well, because I think it's worth noting. I think often in the context of government, especially at the local level, it can be difficult and time-consuming to try to implement major reforms of various systems. And presuming, hopefully, with the council's blessing tonight, if we were to approve this funding measure and then the corresponding contract, in one calendar year, in the year 2026, we have been able to get after the two biggest cost drivers, health insurance and special ed, with major structural reforms, and doing that in the span of one calendar year. I think this partnership between the City Council and the school committee, of course, our unions regarding health insurance, and the administration, of course, all of us working together, rowing in the same direction, assuming this passes, we will have accomplished, I think, a significant amount in terms of structural reforms that are designed to put us in a more sustainable place over the long term. That's that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor DeZaglia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the questions I have, and I've talked to members of the school committee, of who's going to be in charge of the program. I know there's SEAs. Can people just follow up on that?
Mm-hmm. So we added another SEA to the Marsh for this coming school year. So now there are two special education administrators. One will oversee the sub-separate programming and pathways entirely. That will be the focus, whereas the other works with the rest of the school. So I feel good that we have one person dedicated to the program, along with Gina Bozak. And I also like that in their proposal to us, Constellation had an organization chart, which includes Rachel as our main contact, and then others with whom she'll be working with too. So I feel good that there's mechanisms for checking progress and to make sure that we are on task. We also liked with this proposal that right off the bat, starting in September, October, we're rolling right into new systems. So we're getting in habits and routines for staff, and then about midway through the year, they start to scale back and look at our data and then support while our staff is executing the new systems and plans.
Councilor Valley hasn't said a word on this yet, so I'll give her the floor, Mayor, and then I'll come back to you.
Yes, I have a question. How many special ed students are attending out-of-district programs right now?
So right now we have 172 students, and out-of-district programs. And I think it might be interesting to think about how many of those students match the type of need that we're talking about in this program. And so for that number, we have 58 students that are out as day students. And then we have 6 students who are residential, and all of whom have autism, have various needs, but many of those 58, we believe that we may have been able to keep in-house if we had the strength of a program to be able to meet their needs adequately.
So does the district get reimbursed through the circuit breaker on these cases?
I heard circuit breaker. Could you repeat the first part?
How does the district get reimbursed for these students?
Okay, good question. So with circuit breaker, you hear a lot about reimbursement up to a certain percent, and I think a misunderstanding is that we are getting entirely reimbursed for the full 90%, when really there's a threshold that the state sets that the district needs to incur the cost up to that threshold amount, and then the relief from circuit breaker comes post that threshold amount. And that's a sliding scale dependent upon the percentage that the state sets. So that's why you might hear people advocating for a higher coverage, but it's really past that amount that we've already incurred as a district. So I liken it to if you go to the doctor, you see what they're charging and what the insurance is covering and then what you need to pay. So it's not as clean cut as a one-to-one reimbursement, dollar for dollar.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not to interject again, but just one more point that I wanted to share regarding process. So to the school committee's credit, they had supported unanimously a measure to proceed with and ask for an investment in this program earlier in the summer. And I just want to speak to the due diligence that has been completed and why we're getting it now. So initially, there was some thought that perhaps a service like this was exempt under the state procurement law. And just as part of exercising as much caution as possible, the superintendent and I spoke regarding just double, triple, quadruple checking on some of these exemptions because it is a large amount and we wanted to be extra cautious. And so the district actually reached out and consulted with the state inspector general to receive confirmation about the exemption. And per the inspector general's office, there are certain elements of this service that are exempt. However, some aspects of it are not. And so out of an abundance of caution, the district went out to bid and solicited competitive bids for this program. And so although Constellations has been in the conversation for a long time, going back a couple of years now, in terms of looking ahead at an investment like this, there was a competitive bid process, and they were the successful bidding company. And so that speaks to the due diligence of the district, of course, the patience and advocacy of the school committee, but mainly the wisdom of the superintendent to reach out and consult with the inspector general. So all of this, I think, speaks to the quality of the superintendent's process.
Very good. All right, counselors. I was coming back this way. I know you have an amendment, Counselor Drew, you said for the resolution. Counselor DeZoglio, did you have something else? Okay. Counselor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. So my amendment really goes to just seeing some sort of reports coming back to, again, holding people accountable to ensuring that, us having some visibility on it. So I'm going to ask the solicitor to help me kind of do this. I probably should have. Because I don't know what
I think
the
you should
separation
ask
of church and state.
I think you should ask the superintendent about that. I'm sure there's some reporting maybe that you can
Well, they
piggyback
have
on.
bi-monthly reporting according to this with theirs. I'm just asking for us to put in our own language, requiring the school to give us reports. How do we do that without stepping on that legal boundary? That's all I'm just looking at.
There's no issue with you asking for reports. I just don't know what form they would take. I would keep it very open. I'm sure the school is going to be getting, data reports that they can share with the city council. I would defer to the superintendent as to how that fits into the process.
Typically, we have quarterly reports that we do for academic affairs that relate to our strategy plan. I think this warrants a monthly update, which we'll be providing at our workshops to school committee, which certainly we can send along to city council as well, or I can summarize that information for the mayor to include in this mayor's report as well. And then we're happy to come back
with
and
a quarterly
speak to it.
report. I mean, the school committee has their own, what they need to do, and I think monthly reporting for them is great. I think quarterly for us, just to have some oversight to it is probably enough.
Okay.
I don't think monthly is super necessary. So I would make an amendment.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Following to this conversation, the reporting, do you want it directly to the body or to the finance committee? Because isn't there some kind of work between school their school like
Finance subcommittees.
Yeah. Yes.
I think it should be to the body though.
Okay.
And then
That could certainly work, Madam Chair. I'm happy, if it pleases the council, to perhaps include a standing item on the agenda, perhaps once a quarter, but even if it's something that, if you do want to have monthly updates, just for the sake of keeping it at the top of mind, maybe the second meeting of every month, I can share the reports provided to the school committee.
I'm gonna give Counselor Samard wants to say something, and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My opinion, I don't want oversight on this. I want to rely on the experts. I want to rely on the superintendent, the consultant, the school committee, Ms. Bozak, and then I trust them to report back to us to say this is failing or it's working, and not have any restrictions or have any amendment to say you have to do that. So I just think that we're overstepping our boundaries. Thank you.
Counselor DeZoglio.
I actually, I agree with Councilor Samato on this in the sense of what is the expectations? Like if it fails or it's great, once we give them money, they're spending the money. They're not getting our money. We're not getting our money back. So the question I have is, what is the oversight supposed to do? And I direct this to Councilor Drew, what are you asking for in that report? And what is the expectations that you're setting for the experts? I'm just curious.
Counselor,
Thank you,
have
Madam
the
Chair.
floor.
I'm not trying to set anything to any of the experts. I'm just asking for, or would be asking for progress, a progress report quarterly on the implementation stats, as well as like a biannual financial impact report, just given to us for the next 3 or 4 years, just so we know that this is actually seeing the return that we're anticipating. I'm not looking to stand on any of their toes. They are the experts. I want to be able to say to them, hey, you're doing a great job. Or if there is a problem, raise the flag and say, hey, guys, what's going on? Similar to other programs we have, our job as a body is to ensure that every dollar this city spends is spent properly and we have the proper oversight to it. That's our job.
Yeah.
If I may, Councilor Drew, just interject briefly. I think that in terms of what I'm asking you to do through this resolution is take a significant leap of faith with me, with the school committee, with the administration, right? And so, granted, it's a leap of faith. I use that term, probably shouldn't use it, given the fact that there is a track record here, and this is something that is concrete in terms of the objectives and what we're aiming for. But nevertheless, I'm asking you to kind of come on a journey with us, right, in terms of changing the way that we're trying to have these systems work. And so, I think that having some type of update would, without a doubt, benefit all of us collectively as we look at this broader conversation about not only special ed, but education funding in general. And so I'm certainly a fan of the more disclosure, the more transparency, not use a buzzword, the better. And so I'm willing to commit to providing that information, regardless of whether it's documented in legislation or not. I think that's simply a best practice, and it's something that if I were on the council still, I would hope for from the administration, whoever was sitting in the mayor's seat. And so regardless of whether it's included in the language or not, I plan to share it.
Before I go back to you, Councilor Drew, they do come in front of us every year for budget. That could also be, if you'd like, to be clarified for a formal presentation on the metrics of that program at that time. I think monthly, you're not going to see, this is my opinion, you're not going to see much of a movement, but I think if you did annual or even a 6-month report to your subcommittee, which I know you're diligent there, and the annual presentation, I think as this body changes, because it will change, right? If you are not showing movement on these metrics, those new counselors may not be on board on keeping to support this. So I think I'm just giving you that suggestion.
Madam Chair, we also meet with them like twice a year for joint meetings, so they can also present at our joint meetings as well. But just a quick thing, as an educator with data, you're not going to see quarterly the data. But the way it works is mostly 6 months or to a year of where you're going to see growth or substantial growth, etc. So getting a quarterly report, the data is not going to show right away. And I think the superintendent will agree with me. The way the data works in a classroom, a kid could have a bad day when he's taking some type of data. Again, I don't know what the data is being shown here in this program, but you are going to see growth, etc., in the program. So I feel like in these joint meetings, when we see in the future, I feel like that's where we're going to see possibly the best later on. Quarterly reports is not going to be substantial for us.
Counselor, you also have the expert from Constellations. If you want to ask her what the recommendation would be, if you wanted to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, could you explain to us what kind of reports you'll be giving the schools bi-monthly from what I saw in the presentation?
Yes, so our reporting process is bi-monthly. So you can expect, and district administration can expect, bi-monthly reports of where we're at, not only with student progress, but with the other initiatives of this proposal. So where are we at with staff training and building capacity? Where are we at with the overall program development? Which I think for this body of people, that might be the really meaningful data for you to see. And I actually think over the next year, it is going to be really meaningful progress at a bi-monthly rhythm for you to be able to see where are we at with these initiatives that we're promising on, and where are you seeing your program actually build in a year's time with this investment. So that data will be given to district administration. I'm happy to work with the superintendent and assistant superintendent to get you something that is really meaningful to you to see at a bi-monthly level, but I would encourage it. I think it'll be really nice for this body again to be able to see for this one-year investment.
So she just built your point that more is better. But I also agree with Counselor Samar, that should be to the school committee on a bi-monthly, because that's their operation.
Yeah, to their discretion, right? It's available.
Yeah. So thank you for that.
I mean, those reports will be public as long as they don't contain confidential information. So, I mean, I'm sure the superintendent would be happy to share those. I just think we don't want to make them create extra reports if they're not necessary.
I will remove my motion to make an amendment because it sounds like the body does not have an appetite to it, so.
Thank you, Counselor. So I'm on the main motion with no amendment. Are we ready to vote? Seems like we are. Because this is a large line item, Mr. Mayor, is there something that I see the member approaching for?
If I may, just before you guys vote, I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of the administration.
You want to acknowledge who?
The efforts of the administration for creating the presentation, because by no means at any stage I mean, we decide whether or not things are going to move forward, but they do all the work and the research and creating the infrastructure and all of that. So before you guys vote, I just wanted to make sure that their efforts are acknowledged. Thank you.
Thank you. He wanted us to acknowledge the administration. Okay. This body gets real nervous when there's a quorum and people speak. So I want to respect the body's wishes. So we're going to vote. I'm going to take a roll call on this because it's a large line item, if that's okay. You have something else, Councilor Drew?
One question, I guess this is the legal. What is I guess it would be the contract that's going to be the big question. It's 6 to pass the contract. This only needs 5.
The contract requires 5. This requires a supermajority for a transfer.
Yeah, and we have
So
one.
this requires the supermajority. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Valley.
Yes.
Counselor DeZoglio.
Yes.
Counselor Drew.
Yes.
Counselor McLaren.
Yes.
Counselor Masan is out of the room. Counselor Pesh.
Yes.
Counselor Santos.
Yes.
Counselor Samad.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes.
8 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So now on the EPA.
Abstain.
You abstained, yeah. One on the EPA.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Drew, seconded by Councilor DeZoglio. All those in favor?
Aye.
Councilor Samard? Aye. Oh, there you go. We got a change on that one. All right, so you got 8 yeses on the EPA.
Okay, thank you.
All right, now I'm going back to that contracts, right? C 27-22. All right. C 27-22, the Stepping Stones Group, 184 High Street, 7th floor, Boston, Mass. 02110. Educational and behavioral services for $2,555,280. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Santos, seconded by Councilor DeZoglio. I am in discussion. Is there a further discussion on the contract? All right, I know that the CAFO had extensive emails and back and forth and other departments, so I appreciate all that due diligence from Councilor Drew. So I'm going to go into the vote because there's no further discussion, and I'd like to make a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Valley.
Yes.
Counselor DeZoglio.
Yes.
Counselor Drew.
Yes.
Counselor McLaren.
Yes.
Counselor Masan abstained. Counselor Pesh.
Yes.
Counselor Santos.
Yes.
Counselor Samad.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes.
8 yes, 1
All right. Congratulations for this endeavor, and I'm grateful for the change and the effort. Thank you so much. So exciting. All
Wait,
right.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, grab.
Just
he's
excuse us
probably
after the
napping.
vote. Councilor Samard had a celebratory explosion of M&Ms. All right. Councilor Samard, thank you for being here this evening. I know you have commitments tonight and you have to exit. I want to remind the body, we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items. There is an executive session. Timeline is 11. We do have a request from the mayor to do a Zoom meeting. So I give you the option to move that executive session to that zone. Okay? Just keep that in mind as we move forward. TR 26-78, a resolution authorizing the use of $300,000 from the Public Safety Stabilization Fund to provide for additional funding to the FY27 Fire Department Personnel Services operating budget. I'm going to give the CAFO the floor. This is a request of the mayor.
I believe the mayor rescinded that for this agenda.
Yes.
What?
He rescinded that?
You took it off the agenda? Okay. Thank you for that. I missed that. My apologies. So I've removed that item from the table per the mayor's request. Resolution TR 26-79, resolution declaring surplus equipment and authorizing auctioning of surplus equipment sponsored by the mayor and the CAFO. That's TR 2679, Counselor DeZoglio. Can I get a motion? Motion by
Second.
Counselor Pesh, seconded by Counselor Valley. Any questions or comments? Counselor Valley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the mayor or the CAFO. I see vehicles here as recent as 2022 and 2023. Why are they being declared in surplus? Because my car is older than that and it's still running and working.
So those are police vehicles, old police vehicles, and the police vehicles do not last as long as regular vehicles will. The wear and tear on those, as well as the mileage, we go through those vehicles much more quickly, which is why on the CIP we have new vehicles, police vehicles every year. So you will see in those cases, 22, 23, that we've gone through, the mileage is up, and now it's no longer safe to use as a cruiser. What we try to do is then use that in a different department if we need to, but these vehicles are at the point of no useful life. And so they're not currently being used, they're sitting, and so therefore we're asking to be surplus.
And who will set the price?
Who will set the price?
The price, yes.
So the auctioneer, so we work with an auctioneer who comes in and works with our staff in order to figure out which vehicles should be put on there, the amount that it could go for. They are paid based on the amount of the price. They get a percentage of what they sell it for at auction.
Yeah, it's auction. It's a live auction.
I was going to ask that, if it's in person or online.
Yeah, I don't know if they do it but they do it live auction.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on TR 2679? Counselor Drew?
Just throwing something out there, I believe it was 2 meetings ago, maybe it was the last meeting, when we had the trash coordinator here, we talked about vehicles for them. I mean, if there's an SUV that sounds like they don't have anything going on right now, would that be, or is it just they've beaten to crap?
We actually, in real time, the CAFO, during that meeting at the high school, found that we have an old CIP line item that we can hit up for a vehicle for Karina for the purpose of conducting her position as sanitation coordinator. So that's something that we'll follow up with.
Okay, so I mean, I was just wondering the 22 and 23, if they're just that far gone, then going to a proper vehicle, I'm
They
all on
have
board
like
with.
300,000 miles on them.
All right, then it's good. All right, cool. That's all.
Go ahead. All right. Any further questions, comments, concerns? No? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, madam. I mean, we have 8 on the table. Thank you. All right, TR 26-80, a resolution authorizing acceptance and expenditure of a 1.7 million Green School Works Program grant from the Massachusetts Clean Energy Center for energy efficiency infrastructure improvement at the Donald P. Timoney Grammar School. There's an EPA attached to this as well. It's a request from our mayor. Can I get a motion? Motion by Counselor Pesh. Seconded by Counselor McLaren. Discussion. Any questions on this? Comments?
Briefly, Madam Chair, just to provide some context, this was a highly competitive grant process, and thankfully we received one of the larger awards as part of the program. And so ultimately, this is funding through the Green School Works program. And ultimately, the goal will be to use the funds to complete the first phase of an electrification retrofit, including a heat recovery system, electrification, try saying that 10 times fast at 10:30 at night, of the water heating system and new controls ahead of what will be a subsequent replacement of the boiler at the Timoney. And so this will help us in terms of getting after some major projects at the school. Of course, not even counting the work that ultimately will happen on the roof. So there's going to be a lot of activity at Timoney.
Okay. Counselor Drew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Capo's not here, but my question, I guess, is, so there's no municipal match to this at all? So we're not coming here saying we need to get some more money to match this grant to implement, and we're...
I'm just triple checking before I answer for certain.
Counselor, the capo's here, if you want to ask her.
Madam Capo, I just
We're
asked
asking
if there was
about
a municipal
match for the
component.
1.7 for the Green Works grant. I don't.
So there's no match,
so.
I'm sorry, I couldn't wait any longer, but there was no match. However, the budget does include $290,000 that the grant does not cover. So that would be considered, in my opinion, the city's match that as part of this project will need to be implemented. I believe the idea is that we would get on-billing financing with National Grid. I don't feel like that's necessarily in a place where that's, ready to go, that portion yet, because that's kind of further in the project. But for me, there is about $350,000 left in a CIP for LED lighting, so that's kind of my backup as far as we do have funding available. If not for on-billing, or at least not the whole amount for on-billing, we do have that CIP available.
Okay, so there's no direct municipal match, but
No.
if we have a program, we're going to have to utilize it, some money.
If you implement
If
this
needed.
project, the project's 1.9, the grant's 1.7, so you're going to have to come up with the difference in order to complete the project, which is that LED lighting.
Thank you.
So no match with an asterisk. That's the long and short of it.
Okay. Any other questions? No. All right, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. On the EPA, I need a motion for TR 2680 on the EPA. So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Santos, seconded by Counselor Gisoglio. All those in favor? I mean, yeah. Yeah? Did you have a discussion on that? Nope. Okay. Okay, so it's unanimous, right? Thank you. It's getting late, so. TR 26-81, a resolution accepting the gift of a Polish American Veterans Monument from Julian J. Stopira, Veterans Post, requested by the mayor. Motion by Counselor Martin, seconded by Counselor Pesch. Discussion, comments, concerns. Seeing none? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. TR 2682, a resolution requesting a transfer of funds from City Council personal services to City Council other expenses. It's $1,000. That's a request from our office, from me particularly. And I'll go into it in a little bit. The solicitor, and I'll give you the floor in a minute, if need be. So this was the line item that was 3,000, that it was reduced by the council to 1,000. In communication with the parties interested to participate, they actually got higher wages for a summer job that actually would interfere with them if they took this, and so they would lose more for less, was kind of the conversation. So, I mean, we tried, right? And maybe in the future, so with that being said, the solicitors told me that I didn't really need to bring this in front of the council to move it from one place to the other. But in full disclosure, I wanted you guys to know that I made the request to move that $1,000 from youth summer program, which was a general line item, to food and related items. So in case the council needs to, we have a open meeting and we're gonna host some, whatever here or anything else that this council needs to expend dollars on. So that's that request and the gist of why it's happening. Any questions, concerns? Councilor Drew.
Do we have a line item? I don't remember there being one in our budget that is for food.
There's an account, right?
Yeah, the account for food and related items to the CAFO, the last, I can read the entire account if you'd like.
I see the account number, I just looked at our budget
But
book, and it didn't have that as a line item in our budget book, so
you're correct, it's not in the budget. There's only two categories in the budget, right? Personnel and other expenses. So it's another category in other expenses. We break them out more, but whether you really have to move it or not, that's why I said it doesn't have to be moved, but the chair wants people as a body to either approve or disapprove of it.
Yes, there's an account. There just is a zero balance, which is why you haven't seen it.
okay, that was just my question.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to disclose that I was doing that. I want the council police to come. All right, so we got, any more questions, concerns? No? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you, council, for that. So that passes. All right. Ordinances, TO 26-19, an ordinance amending Chapter 8 of the Methuen Municipal Code to eliminate certain fees for new business registration. It's a request of the mayor in collaboration with myself. Mr. Mayor, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Councilor Marsan, seconded by Councilor Santos. We're in discussion. I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I briefly referenced when we were presenting the budget that one of the things that I wanted to get after was this notion of waiving some of the fees that new businesses have to pay as a barrier to entry just to pass through the gate, so to speak, and set up shop in our community. Ultimately, new business registration fees do not amount to a significant amount for the city. However, the point that I made in presenting the budget was trying to get after this notion of nickel and diming people, just as they're trying to come in and lay the groundwork to do business in our community. And so this is not something that is significant at all in terms of cost. However, it does help us do at least something to try to move the ball down the field regarding making Methuen just a little more competitive in the context of coming here to do business. This, I think, is a precursor to some of the other measures that will be coming down the pike. We've been working with the Merrimack Valley Planning Commission on reforms to our industrial zoning ordinance to try to make Methuen more economically competitive, getting after the designation in terms of being a bio-ready community, just trying to take steps to do whatever we can, even if they're around the margins, to make life a little easier for the business community. We have numerous small business owners here on this council, and I'm sure everybody can speak to some of the frustrations with the bureaucracy, local government, nickel and diming folks. And so this is one, again, small area that perhaps we can make some progress on the margins. Thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this, when the mayor presented this to me, this ordinance amendment, I called over and spoke with Kaylee over at Health and Human Services, because I was trying to really understand the concept of $25, you know. And so she expressed to me that we're basically charging our business owners $25 to ask a question. So it's the zoning determination if you could have the business somewhere. So when I understood it that way, I was like, Councilor Marsan does not have that issue, because he can call he works with that department often. He obviously knows zoning. So he doesn't have that issue. But you guys, if somebody called you and said, hey, can I put well, maybe you don't have that issue either, but you can't put the business, can I put my business here? We would have to send them to her department, and they would have to pay $25 to get that answer. So that's what the mayor means by amending this to no cost for that determination.
Yeah, so it would be a waiving of the fee for a zoning clearance or a business certificate, and then it would also waive the fee for a new business certificate. The fee would remain for renewals and the like, but at least to try to get businesses to have as easy of a time as possible. This is, in essence, trying to lower some of the barriers to entry, even though they're not really high, certainly just a pain in the neck.
Thank you. Okay. Any other further questions, comments, concerns? No? All right. That being said, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous. Now, any other business for the good and welfare of this community? Seeing none, it's 10:48. We would adjourn this meeting and we could postpone the executive session. To Mr. Mayor, what are you thinking for the Zoom meeting? Because I think the bodies has appetite to move that executive session to that as well.
Okay, so my thinking would be, we're working on finalizing getting the signatures for the EJ paving contract, for the milling and paving. And so we have that, and then there's another contract for pavement markings. I haven't heard about whether that's
Pavement markings I saw today.
being moved along. Okay. So what we can do is we can post an agenda tomorrow, but by close of business, it would be 2 contracts, all for the additional paving work. And my thought is I have an event on Thursday from 5:30 to 7, perhaps either in person or Zoom. Thursday at 7, is that something that would be workable?
You can, so I have 2 counselors that can't be here. Would the rest be amicable to a Zoom? Marsan, yeah. I think you would have a quorum. Counselor McLaren, I'm sorry, you have a conflict. So why, I'll call Counselor Samard. I think we will have a quorum.
Okay. Zoom is fine. I think that would be easier. It should be pretty quick.
Could you guys do earlier on Thursday? During the day on a quick Zoom? During the day?
I'm open to...
Okay. We'll connect,
connect,
but
you and
we'll
I.
shoot for
Yeah.
Thursday.
Okay.
If not, we'll look at next week, the
Yeah,
beginning of the week.
perfect. What I'll do, Madam Chair, is I'll plan to call you tomorrow and we'll connect on a time.
Is it gonna take more than an hour?
No, it's 2 contracts and...
I can do 5 to 6.
5 to 6. Okay. All right, so I will take a motion. Can you tell me the correct way to do this? They want... Okay, that's when you decide. Okay. I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion...
Second.
He says after. So I have a motion from Counselor Drew to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Counselor Santos. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Now, I'm going to take a motion to go into executive session.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Counselor Pesh, seconded by Counselor Drew. This is to go into executive session. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No. Okay, roll call on the executive session.
Counselor Valley.
No.
Counselor DeZoglio.
No.
Counselor Drew.
Yes.
Counselor McLaren.
No.
Counselor Marsan.
Yes.
Counselor Pesh.
Yes.
Counselor Santos.
Yes.
Counselor Smart is not here, and Chair Soto.
And I'm a no. Are we tied?
You're tied.
So that's a no.
So that's a no. Okay. You get to go home.
Good night, Methuen.
Thank you for being here this evening. It was a
Don't
long
worry,
meeting.
it's coming back at you.
Yeah. No, well, we can change it. We can do it next week. It's a Zoom call for 30 minutes. Quick conversation.
No, I'm saying this.
Oh, you can't vote on it?